Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got news for you, bud. That shit is so funny, bro. I think about that all the time. Sometimes I think about like a clip from a TV show or something, and it just gets stuck in my head for the entire day. And right now it's that clip that's stuck in my head, and it's never gonna get out of my head. It's gonna be stuck in there, stuck in there. Well, I got news for you, bud. That means you're gay, dude. That's like the funniest thing to ever be put on television. I'm sorry, that's just so fucking hilarious that somebody wrote that. It's just so funny. It's like a stroke of genius. It really is. Okay. I just banged my phone against my glass. So what do we have on the screen, huh? Well, we have what's known as a multi-sign distance field, or what does the M stand for again? I don't remember. I think it's multi. It's called a MSDF. And it's used for rendering text. This is MSDF. That's what. Yeah, that's what this is. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's just lovely. Just looks great. It's gonna look a lot greater when we get in the engine. The problem with getting it in the engine is that there's a lot of setup that we gotta do. So, gotta do that, right? First thing we want to do is create some sort of abstraction. And we're gonna call it font. Okay. I will be heavily referencing my last attempt at doing MSDFs, so yeah, we're gonna just get rid of this, I think, because we don't need it, and then just open up my old code base, because we're gonna be referencing it a lot. A lot. In fact, I'm just gonna copy. Hello, Potato Chip. What's up? I think I'm just gonna copy this entire file because none of it should change. The only thing I want to change is probably, what the fuck is this comment? Actually used to etc. Highest Y is not highest Y, and my name is not Jerry. What the fuck was I on? What does that mean? What? What the fuck was I talking about? How am I doing? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing as well. Dude, that comment is fucking unhinged. Highest Y is not highest Y, and my name is not Jerry. What the fuck was I talking about? I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you for asking. My name is not Jerry. What the fuck? What was my max glyphs? Max fonts 256, max glyphs 256. We're gonna make it a vector. So since fonts don't change during runtime, you should really just have this as a vector and then be happy. Boop 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 boop. Unless the fonts do change during runtime. Wouldn't that be funny? That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Sorry about it, fellas. That's not gonna happen. Okay, and now we're happy campers. Happy campers. Okay, so once again, we are just going to copy the fonts.c from here because all the fonts.c does is literally read from the JSON. So this should be pretty easy to just copy and be happy. Now we also have to do, of course, get the fonts.h, which is gonna have nothing in it, just to be honest. It's gonna have absolutely nothing in it other than this function. And yeah. We also need to include our types.h, not types. What's up, Jerry? What's up? I don't know. My name is not Jerry, apparently. Highest Y is not highest Y, and my name is not Jerry. I think what I was trying to say there is that the highest Y is not the highest Y. Because my name is not Jerry, just in the same vein of that, then the highest Y is not the highest Y. I'm not sure what highest Y is. I think, honestly, it's a magic number. I'm just going to be honest. I think highest Y was a magic number because I remember I had to shift it up some amount because it wasn't aligned. So, yeah, I think that it was a magic number like 7 or something like that. You hate to see it. Highest Y is just crazy. Is it really crazy? I don't know. Okay, so font equals we're gonna just vector expand globals.fonts by 1, and that's how we get a font, fellas. Now we have to load a texture for the thing, and we want to get a new glyph, which is also a vector. By 1. Okay, now we have vectors. Bit of late night coding, nice. Nice. Okay, so far we're happy. We have to include load so that we can load our image. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I think what I'm going to do is, well, how do we load our regular images is a good question. I always forget what function it is because it isn't load texture directly. It's add image to registry, I believe. I believe we want to call add image to registry. Because this gives us an image, and then we return the image thing. We return the image thing. You know what I'm talking about. And then we get an image ID over here. So that's happy. That is happy. I'm happy. Are you happy? So you get an image ID there. Is that all we need to add to this? Just an image ID? I mean, technically what you want, okay, you want to make this name 256, and then you want to also have, remember guys with the size. You got to remember with the size, okay? That's a classic one. let's get the image path as well in here, because that one's kind of important. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. Oh no, because we call add image to registry and then we get the path there. So actually we don't have to have the image path because we're going to store it in the image. Okay, we're happy campers. We're happy campers. Okay. So we're going to call add image to registry, and we will have default args here. So when we add it to the registry, what are we doing here? What are we exactly doing with this? For min filter, I don't think we have to have bitmaps. I could check how I loaded it in the old engine. It was called my font. It was called my font. Yes. Read JSON MSDF. Right. Load texture PNG path. Just GL linear. That's all I did. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. We want GL linear, and we'll just go clamp to edge because that's fine for this. Don't you think I should use an ergonomic split keyboard? Probably. I would probably enjoy it a lot. However, I'm poor, and I have a laptop from 2016 that I code graphics on. So I think that my overall goal is not really the keyboard in terms of what I'm going to work on next. You know what I mean? You feel me on that one? Bool sRGB. That's a good question. I think I'm just gonna put false. Cons char. It's parameter of type char. Discards qualifiers. Okay, well, I didn't ask for your fucking opinion, did I? Sorry, that was aggressive. That was aggressive. There you go. Now you can shut up. Is that Helix, dude? It is Helix. Thank you for getting it right. That's impressive. We don't really get a lot of people that get it right. That is impressive. Let's make sure that we add the null terminator just in case. Happy campers. Yo, what's up, Sophie? How are you doing? Okay. Okay. You had to write PHP and JavaScript today? Did you really have to? Why did you have to? Because you're making a website? We have to init this vector. This file is getting too big. Holy fucking shit. Okay, we need to init this vector. Size of font for our fonts. Okay, so we have all of the setup done, pretty much. All we do is have to load in the default font, and we will do so just on init, just hard coded, because that's fine. We are going to load our MSDF. What? Oh, I need to. Include fonts. What did I just call this? Read JSON MSDF. This doesn't return a font. It just creates a font. So font slash this is the JSON, and then it's called my font. .png. Yeah, I told you flat white is really good. See that I did say that, didn't I say that? We were talking and then I said, dude, the flat white is so good. I did say this. In fact, you were here when I used flat white one time. And then you told me to use Acme or whatever. You said use one of them because it has bolded things or something like this. You pirated Berkeley Mono? Yeah, Berkeley Mono is the shit. That is true. That is true. I like whatever I've got going on now. The monospace, I've had it for a long time. I really fuck with it. I really do fuck with it. Okay. Okay, so we get the font. Okay, so here's the hard part. So now that we have the font loaded in, we have to actually figure out how to draw it to the screen. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to copy my old shaders because they shouldn't technically change. We have the font atlas that we're sampling, and that one's pretty simple. Lackluster. I don't think I know that one. Yeah, I like light mode, but like when I code for like 9 hours, I can't do it with light mode. I can't. It's just not possible. It's just simply not possible. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. I'm in the wrong code base. Okay. Tricky here. The way I did my text boxes before is that I simply had an SSBO, right? Is this what I ended up having? I believe I did. I had this SSBO with these structs for text box instance that had a model matrix and this stuff. I don't know what min and max are. Oh, nice. And then we have the vertices, which have position, AUV, dim color, a fill, a state, and AUID. So we're going to need a new vertex layout for this stuff. It's going to be a custom vertex layout, which is like, as we know, it's an immense pain in the ass. But that's just actually what we have to do. So I hate to do it, but that's what we're doing. Because we're in 2D and not 3D. So that is what we have to do. IBM Plex. Yeah, I don't know any of those. Hyperlegible. I don't know any of those. I'm not gonna lie. Tokyo Night Storm. I do like Tokyo Night. I've spent a long time. I like Tokyo Night Moon. I think is the one that I like more, just because I like the readability on the pinks. The pinks are really good and readable on this. I'm a big pink. Everybody knows that I use pink a lot in my themes. I think it's just very, very readable. Very readable. I wonder if we use an index buffer with this, but I'm kind of scared that I'm gonna fucking overcomplicate things too soon. add text box to draw buffer is where we used to have it, and we used to have 6 vertices. This is yeah, 6 vertices. So they should have duplicated vertices, right? Right? Oh no. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, these are the same. These are the same. So you could have an index buffer then. And then these are the same. Yeah. So you could have an index buffer actually. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Let's overcomplicate things a bit. I just tried Helix yesterday, by the way. How do you configure the debugger? Do I use LLVM? I don't use a debugger in Helix. I use GDB. I don't have any debugging environment. It would be cool, but no, I don't. I've gotten used to it, unfortunately. It's a big weakness of mine. You know, I'd be able to like come in here like Ella and make fun of me for it. You know. But that's all right. It's all right, because for every person that makes fun of me for not using a debugger, I have 10 people that glaze me for not using a debugger. So you win some, you lose some. You know? Oh, nice. I remember looking at your old website. I don't know if it's the same one. You just use GDB now? Yeah, GDB is the shit. Although it kind of sucks, but I don't really even do the GUI thing in GDB. I just literally backtrace. I mean, what else do you need other than backtrace? Like, really? I don't know. Backtrace and just fucking print statements. I don't know. You have a GF? Nice. Good stuff. So that's good. But what about the website, bro? Okay. Okay. I'm going to copy the setup for my old one, except I don't even think I need the text box color. Oh, I do need the text box color and the text box fill. Yeah, you do need that. Which G width and G height can totally just go in the SSBO, no? Oh, this is glyph width and glyph height. So that's per letter, actually. Actually. So that does make sense. Height 0 JavaScript. JavaScript is good. JavaScript is good. I guess you could put this per vertex, but you really want this per triangle. And so you could just do in a trib divisor, I guess. I don't really know how to do that. I am afraid that I'm gonna mess it up. So I'll probably just put it in the vertex layout. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably just gonna put it in the vertex layout, and you're just gonna have to bear with me on that one. We can make it more complicated later, but for now, the text rendering stuff can get super complicated. I'm not gonna lie. You'd think that it would be super easy, but it's really not. It's really not. From Twitter from Blue Sky? Yeah, Blue Sky is good. I don't know about it though. Tangled? Like Flynn Rider? Like Flynn Rider Tangled? Bro, that's crazy. Okay. A state. You know what? Let's just copy the whole thing. Let's just copy the whole thing. We can fuck with it later, okay? I already wrote the code for it in like 12,000 lines in my last engine. I don't have to go through the pain again. I literally already did the hard work. I should stop trying to reinvent the wheel for it. Like, we can change some things for it, but for the vertex layout, I'm going to keep it the same. I'm going to keep it the same. Like, it just needs to be the same. I'm sorry. XHTML? I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna lie. So position UV dim color fill. What is dim? Is that kind of like what they have in Helix with the UI stuff? A dim. Do I even use that? VDim equals. Do I even use that? Dim. Okay, I don't use it. But maybe I will use it because it makes sense, I guess. Wait, but this is a Vec 2, not a Vec 4. Okay, for now, let's just omit that from the thing. Let's just omit it from the thing. Because really, let's just not overcomplicate things. It's HTML with XML syntax. Every tag has to be closed. I thought, oh, well, I don't know HTML, so I think I always close tags in HTML. AGPL? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. I think the state could just be an int. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. And that is our type. Okay, we're lagging quite a bit. Which is just par for the course. The GPU public license. Oh, yes. Yes. But but I mean, like, the website being compliant, like, what does that take necessarily? Isn't it just, if you have a thing, you can just be like, oh, this is under this license. I mean, that's what I do with my code. Just like, I'm just like, oh, I have this license, and I just put it there, and I include the license, and then it just kind of, I guess it works. I don't know how, like, I guess am I compliant? I'm not really sure. But, you know, I love these magic numbers here. Well, this is just for debug, but it's pretty funny. So, do I do immutable storage for the whole thing, and then add everything once, and then just toggle it? Yeah, I think that's what you do. You did the stuff to make it properly. That's cool. I don't know what that takes. I just do it. Oh, a license header in each file? I see. Maybe I'm doing it wrong then. I just put a license on it because people told me to. I don't really care. AI is going to steal my code and give it to somebody anyway. So, what the fuck do I care? Okay. We want to make it immutable storage to some massive value, I think. So I'm just going to do the thing that does that and do it like this. We need a pointer though. We're also going to need a SSBO, but we won't talk about that yet. We just want to get this shit on the screen first. That's what we're doing. Okay. So we aren't triple buffering it. We need a size. Our size will be, we'll have it defined for it, I suppose. We're going to need, text boxes. And the max text boxes will be something massive because you're going to load all of them at once and then just toggle the visibility on them. I think I'm going to go 1024. Should be good enough. And then we want to define a max text box characters, and we will do 256 characters for each text box. You could like easily go beyond that, but for simplicity's sake right now, we just want to keep it simple, I think. And it's the fastest way to do this in terms of runtime performance is to have a max so that we can have immutable storage for the whole thing, right? So that's what I'm just going to be working on. So we're just going to go to max text boxes times max text box characters times 6 because of 6 2 triangles per character, and then we want to go times size of text vertex. Okay, and that's going to be the size of our VBO, and we're not triple buffering it, so we can get rid of this. The UBO flags, I believe that these are persistent, coherent, and right, which is exactly what we need, so we don't have to worry about anything else. We just want to get rid of the buffer frame since we're not triple buffering it. Okay, so we have that. We need also alongside this an EBO. Got into a lot of web rings. I don't know what any of that means. Not gonna lie. Respect this guy. Thank you. Thank you. We need an EBO, but I'm guessing that I just make it It's actually only 4, right? So let's actually do this. So WSL, right? I don't know what WSL is, I'm not gonna lie. Something with Windows? Widget linking to the previous? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so so we need to do the same thing, except not the same thing. Uncompressed website says under 512 kilobytes. Does that include graphics? Yeah, maybe I should make mutable storage for all of this stuff, actually. And not use persistent buffers, because there's really no reason to do it since we're not uploading it all the time. We could just do GL static draw and then just upload it once. And it would probably be better because then we don't have to have a maximum size. Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be good. Which compiler do I use? Because Linux would be much easier. I have to use Windows because my computer is bad. It's a Microsoft computer, a laptop, and so I have to use it because of the drivers. Gleam? I don't know what Gleam is. That's cool that it includes graphics. That must be pretty small then. Okay. Yeah, so let's do mutable storage then. Let's do mutable storage then. And we'll just upload it during runtime. Because we don't really care about changing the yeah, we don't really want a persistent buffer. It doesn't make sense for this. So let's just do this. Let's just do it as GL static draw as the hint, and then just do it like this. Very simple. Alright, peace out, Izarith. Good to see you. Oh, it's a functional programming language. Nice. Do I know assembly? Some, but I don't really write it. We'll just use this as the hint for now. It won't be a hard limit at all. This is going to be size times 4. Okay, I think I'm doing this right. And now we just have to do this pattern. So what did we just say for the text vertex? Is going to be 2 floats for this, then 2 floats for the UV for this, and then this goes to 4, and then we have 4 here, which is the color. Then we have 4 again for the fill. This goes to float. This goes to 8 then, and now we're at 12. And then we have the uints for state and UID. This is unsigned int. Yeah. Right. So this is going to be 1, and it's attrib I pointer is the function, I believe. And then it's index size type, and then straight to stride. Using AI as a learning curve, yeah, that's funny. So that's that. Attrib I pointer 12, size of uint 32t times 1, and that should be it. That should be it. And so the entire stride would be float 12 and then 2 uint 32t's. Okay, so very easy to fuck this up. So let's just read it. I think that it's good. Looks fine. What method of text rendering? MSDF. Scanline sweeper, interesting. I'm not sure what that is. That sounds like the name of like a super villain. The Scanline Sweeper. Doesn't SpongeBob have an episode about the singing slasher? That's what it sounds like. The hash slinging slasher or whatever that is. That's what came to mind. The hash sling, exactly. Okay. I think I did that correctly. Also, make sure I comment this in before we do that to a random thing. Okay. Okay, so the vertex layout is now figured out. Now the tricky thing, I think that we just make a function that adds text to the draw buffer, and then we just hard code in a string and then try to view it, because that's really the only way to move forward here. Opinion on direct write, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what direct write is. Is that a Win32 thing? I did a little bit of Win32 thing, but I don't remember that. Dude, SpongeBob is probably like, I don't want to sound like weird or whatever, but I mean, like, SpongeBob is probably like 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 top 5 TV shows of all time. I don't know. I would come home from school and I would go to my aunt's apartment, and I would just, I would just watch like 4 episodes of SpongeBob in a row. That was like such an insanely important part of my childhood. Like seriously, like insanely like influential on me as like a person is the SpongeBob stuff. I don't really talk about it a lot, but I dressed up as SpongeBob for Halloween once. But yeah, as a kid, I love SpongeBob. It's such a good show because it combines like a lot of social commentary with, I don't know, I never felt the same way about like Simpsons or Family Guy or anything like that, or like South Park or anything like that. I think SpongeBob is the perfect like blend of like being a genuinely like funny kids show, but also like really, I don't know, being like really cheeky about the way they talk about things, and the way that they characterize like SpongeBob and his snail, and it's just Gary, yeah. It's very subtle, yeah. Did I read the C programming language book? What do you mean? CSAPP? Or are you talking about the K&R book? I never read a book for C specifically, no. I was going to go here and see how I do the ortho matrix. I don't know where that... Everything in this code base is so abstracted away. I think it's in shaders. Initialize one of these. I have a abstraction to get this ortho matrix in here. U ortho for here. I go UI properties.ortho, which is attached to a frame buffer. Yeah, the abstractions for this engine was insane. It was on a frame buffer. So where do I initialize this? This is why I don't have a lot of abstractions nowadays, is because it just overcomplicates the code for no reason. Right, update frame buffer properties. So I had an ortho for frame buffers themselves. And this is left and right. Oh, yeah, so I did have an ortho that was just the 2D frame buffer for the purposes of rendering things onto it. Okay. I don't really know if I'm going to do that right now, but yeah. SpongeBob video game. I did play a SpongeBob video game too. I remember that. I don't remember what it was at all. Yeah, it's good. I avoid as much as... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in this engine, I had so many abstractions. Like, I had, like, a frame buffer struct that would, like, automatically do things. And I had, like, all these materials, and they connected to different function pointers that bound uniforms on themselves. It was really... How much work you have completed? What do you... That's a really pointed question. Hopefully a bit. That's crazy work ethic. Well, the thing is, I just kind of wake up and I just code. I'm going to be doing the MSDF stuff. I can show it off here. This is what an MSDF looks like. It's what I did in my last engine, but hopefully now I'm going to do it better. But this is what an MSDF looks like. It's just like multicolored sign distance fields I'm not like 100% sure how it works, but it does work if you copy the math. But yeah, it's like the best method and the fastest method of rendering text, at least like modern text. I use STL to create the window. I appreciate that about the work ethic. Okay, so we're gonna need an ortho for the frame buffer, and I think I did my UI on a separate frame buffer, didn't I? I did. I can't remember why I did that. There's probably a good reason, so I should probably do that again. Yeah, so let's do that then. Let's make a... I put all my width and my height here, so I'm just going to do UI width. We're just gonna keep it the same, but you could use a different, obviously a different resolution for it if you want to, or if we need to ever. That's possible. I think I used to do that for things for some reason. Okay. Okay, so let's make the FBO now. We're gonna call it the way I did it in my last engine is that I had text and UI on the same FBO, and I think I ended up regretting it. So I think I'm gonna make a separate one for text, which seems wasteful until you realize all the cool shit that we can do with it on a separate frame buffer, and then you're gonna be like, oh, that's actually fucking cool. So hello and good morning, what's up? Good morning indeed, or afternoon for me. Okay, so we want to initialize this frame buffer with all of our other frame buffers. I'm just gonna do it with just the same thing as our main frame buffer, except I'll make it GL RGBA 8. It doesn't need 16F. Tricky thing is that we also need texture. So we're starting to have a lot of things already. This is just kind of naturally the way it goes though. So we got to really make some level of abstraction though for frame buffers and things like this, for changing the size of resolution and things like this. That we do have to do eventually. So probably do that soon actually, but I think getting text rendering working first is like pretty important, I'd say. I should have called it text width and text height. That's my bad. I was just copying from the last engine and I didn't really think critically about what I was doing. But yeah, since they're on different FBOs, they should have their own. Can I run my code? I'm not going to compile, but I can run it if you want to see it. Hopefully. This is where I left it last night, where I posted in the Discord. I posted in the Discord last night just some photos from it showing off the point light shadows and stuff, which is kind of cool. I also had some photos showing off the clustered shading stuff. So I can show that off right now. Basically, if you take the attenuation off the lights, meaning that they go on infinitely, you can start to see where the clusters actually are, right? So these lights should be going on infinitely if we don't have clusters, right? But because of clusters, the green light only has this space, right? This light only has this. So you can see the clusters actually on the screen where each light is, which is really cool to see. See myself out? Yeah, that's funny. That is funny. So yeah, I was having fun playing around with this last night because it's so cool to see the clusters actually culling. So basically what clusters are is it divides the screen up into portions so that you don't render lights, over where they actually affect. You only render the green light here, the pink light down here, the red light over here, the orange light over there. You don't actually render them all the time. And that's why up here you're just going to see darkness, right? So that's really cool. That is really cool. It's pretty fun to play around with. And if you want to see what the actual grid looks like, it looks like this. This is what the actual grid of the tiles looks like. And you can see how going into the distance. Done with lighting already? It's pretty much done. I think the light map is pretty slow, but can I design God of War 1? I don't know. I never played God of War. My parents never let me play it. But yeah. Anyway, that's the code. Okay, so what was I doing again? I was making the frame buffer for this. Okay, and that should work. A lot of things to do. Okay, so now that we have the FBO and the texture, we need to have a function that pushes text onto the buffer. I think like everything else that's supposed to be static in our engine, we can just have it as a vector. We can just have it as a vector and put it on the globals struct of just all of our text boxes. I think that for now this is the simplest way of dealing with this problem because we don't really have a structure to save and load different scenes and have that be a thing. So for now, I'm just going to put it on the globals array and we'll cross the bridge of like, what are we going to do with it later? It's just the simplest way to do it. So I'm just going to make a thing here. It's disgusting to have a vector for everything, but once again, we are just going to initialize our text boxes once and not, add on to them during runtime, right? What you do with things like this is that you just toggle visibility on certain ones, right? Okay. So let's just make a struct that just makes text boxes. The tricky thing is that text box in my old engine was an incredibly big structure. Incredibly big. Like, look at this fucking structure. Look at this. Like, this is ridiculous. Right? There was reasons for all of this, right? There were callbacks. There was a bunch of event stuff, a bunch of stuff going on with it that needed to happen. But we don't have to do all of this, at least for right now. By the way, the reason why this is such a developed thing is because the old UI system in my old engine was probably the most developed thing in my engine. In the previous engine, I had so many streams with the UI. The UI, ended up being like over 10,000 lines just for the UI system. So that's why it's so complicated. This outline, in outline, original outline, these were triangulated meshes, basically. So 10K isn't really necessarily a lot. In this engine, I'm probably at like 40, 50K, probably, something like that. But 12K for just the UI system was a lot, for sure. I'm just looking at what I need. Material ID, render group ID. Don't need it right now. We're going to malloc strings now. We're not going to have max characters. Angle scale. This is all handled in SSBOs now, so we don't need that. Color fill. Yeah. So we just need text, color fill, and probably center. By the way, a lot of this stuff like base, center, start, I was doing these transformations by hand rather than with a model matrix, which came later once I realized that I could do that better. So I did this pretty rudimentary at first. I did not really know what I was doing when I did this. So, yeah. Let's just keep it at the bottom with the font stuff. Do I want to have it text box like capitalized or just text box underscore box? Or text box undercase box? I'm not sure. I remember center and start being important, so I'm gonna put center and then start. I guess we will do a width and a height. Remember the size here. I tried to clean out my laptop fan today. It didn't work out well. Nothing changed with it, so it's still shitty, which sucks. Color and fill, both important. Scale angle we don't really care about because we can do it with transformations in the shader. And yeah. Rest we don't care about. The is dirty flag could be important, yeah, but whatever. After a while of use, yeah. My laptop, you can't really do that. I watched a video of somebody take it apart, and it's really hard to take it apart. And then putting it back together is impossible because it's a fucking piece of shit. So thank you, Microsoft. It's a Surface Book 2. So to take off the base to get to the NVIDIA GPU, you have to pry it off with a metal bar and destroy the adhesive. So, yeah, fucking piece of shit. Like, seriously. So, yeah. It is cumbersome, yeah. But I try to blow compressed air in it and see if it would help. But no. So until I get a new computer, which is, I would have to ask the Tooth Fairy. I'm hoping that one day, while streaming, some rich person is just going to come in here and be like, Tam, you're the coolest person ever. You want to have $1,000? That would be like... That's like my dream. However, I don't think that that's going to happen. I used to kind of think maybe, bro. Maybe I just get insanely lucky. But, yeah. I don't think it's going to happen. One day. Okay. We have the beginning of everything. So we need a function that... we need two functions. We need... one that just builds it from scratch, and then one that creates a text box. Gambling mentality? Yeah, I guess so. I guess it is sort of gambling mentality, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is my problem with playing video games on hard. Every time I start a new video game, doesn't matter what it is, I play it on hard just because I need to have like my gamer cred or whatever, and then I end up getting my ass whooped, and then I just stop playing the game. Like, this is happening with Nocturne right now, where at the beginning of the game, I knew it, and I had to talk with myself, was like, this game is going to be hard as fuck if you play it on hard, because this is just how the fucking... how SMT games work. I've had this happen before with Persona 4, where I played it on very hard, and then it was like such a fucking slog to fucking play, and it's like it's just an addiction, bro. Every time I start a new game, it's like, dude, I'm the goat. You know what I mean? And now it's like I'm just like soft locked because I can't fucking progress in the fucking game, bro. It's like, seriously, like, what is my problem, bro? I don't know. I do this with every fucking game. I'm also pissed off that they're remaking Persona 2 now. They don't get to remake Persona 2. You literally can't. That's illegal. Now remastering it for sure. But I'm pissed off that they're remaking it, bro. Because now a bunch of like 10-year-olds are gonna be like, this shit is like the best game ever. It's like, bro, you don't get it. You don't get it. I'm sorry, you don't get it. You don't get to have it. That's mine. That game is mine, not yours. I guess I'm just sort of like elitist, I guess, about it, but whatever. We kind of want to have the text boxes in JSON, brother. Honestly, we should have the boxes in JSON. Yeah, but then I have to write a JSON parser. I don't want to do that. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? I don't want to do... Okay, let's just try and get a raw text box on the screen and stop worrying about it. So TB text equals... We're just gonna... malloc this shit to like... Just do this and then just... Just like that, who cares? And then we'll use the fill. We'll put it to black. And then we'll put TB text to red. Just to test colors working. Then we want to do a font ID of 0. I mean the color, and then TB width and height. Yeah, that's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Also, is that supposed to be an int? No, it isn't. Y'all play shogi? I don't know what shogi is. Let's just put a width of 500 and a height of 500. Let's just do no wrapping right now. And I'm just doing just a hard-coded text box because I don't want to have to figure out what the fuck to do right now with that. And then let's just have a start of like 500 pixels by 500 pixels. Yeah, that's fine. And then I don't know how to do the center. I'm not gonna lie. We'll just have the same center because I don't know how to figure that out. We're about to figure it out though, because this is the code. This is the girl. Mulholland Drive, anyone? Okay. So I get the len, which is just the strlen, right? It is. It is just the strlen. And then we go through. I'm just going to copy this, I think, because this code took me a while to get, I think. So I'm just going to copy this exactly, and then we'll just play ball. Okay, so we have to do this for all of the text boxes. Cast vec globals dot text boxes text box and then we want to get a buffer of the text vertices. We'll just use it we'll just make it a vector, actually, because we're going to be adding on to it. We want to init vector TVs to 0 with size of text vertex, and then we will for loop through it, through all of the text boxes, and add them to the thing. What switches? There are boba U4Ts. Okay. They just sound clicky because of my nails. That's my nail, actually. Okay. I've got to cut my nails. I'm just scared to cut my nails because I hate fucking up cutting my nails with biting them off, because then I sometimes fuck it up, you know what I mean? So I've got to nail clipper it, but I have to find nail clippers somewhere. I have them somewhere. I don't know where it is. Probably buried somewhere. I don't know. Focus. Fucking focus. Okay. Use scissors? Nah, bro, you can't be serious. Nah, you're not being serious. You're fucking joking with me. What is X and Y? X is the start. Okay, so we initialize it to the start. That makes sense. And then what is scale? Scale is the text size. Interesting. So I didn't remember that. Maybe we should make that a thing. Text width and text height, is that used anywhere? Font highest at X advance. I think we're chilling. I showed that video to my mom the other day because we were eating dinner and my sister and I were saying something and I said chilling or whatever, and then I just like started cracking up because of Bing chilling. Dude, that shit is like the funniest video ever made. That is like one of the funniest videos. I don't know what's so fucking funny about it. There's something just so fucking funny about it. I don't know what draw start is. Oh, that's where it is in the draw buffer, I see. So that we can update it. Access rendering hard? Surprisingly so. You wouldn't think that it would be that hard, but it is kind of surprisingly hard. The tricky thing is that you need like an ortho matrix to get it on the screen. You need there's a lot of setup. You need to parse the JSONs for each font to know how far each character advances and things like that, right? So there's a lot of like moving parts. It's kind of annoying, but I've already done it before, so it's not like that crazy. But yeah. I don't think original outline matters. I don't think that that's used. Okay, so we need the font. So we'll just go get the font. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you, Gerard. Subscription. Oh, yeah. So I have to get the... to get the glyphs because it's a vector. I have to cast it, and then we can just do this. Okay, so this is a magic number. We don't talk about this. This is a number that I found that I needed to shift the Y up in my engine to center text. Now, I'm not sure exactly why, but that's just the number that it ended up being. So for now, I'm going to keep it, but I will keep in mind that we will change this eventually, because I have to investigate why that number was the fucking thing. We have to investigate that, or else we're going to have a massive problem. Okay, so this is how we advance and wrap around. Max X and max Y are the width and the height, right? Oh no, you update them. You update them during the iteration. I see. So this is how you wrap the text around. That's how you do it. At least, you know, this is how I did do it in the past. And now you have the vertices in here for the text vertices. We need two things. We need also, instead of just this, we need TIs, which is the indices. So we need this as well, and then we need to pass both in because we're doing indices as well. So okay. How long do I know the C language? Is it hard to master? Well, it's hard to master, but it's not hard to learn. I think C is very easy to learn. C is probably one of the easiest languages to learn. It's not forgiving, but it's easy to learn. But mastering a language is kind of impossible, I'd say. But, basic C is very easy to write. Easier than Python? Well, that depends. Like, I find Python, like, at a high level Python, like, we're talking about, like, mathematician stuff. Like, when I have to look up, like, math libraries and things that people have written in Python. Like, I go to, like, scientific papers for machine learning and I read their code and stuff. Reading their code is very difficult in Python, right? Like, at a high level, like, people that use NumPy and JAX to, like, roll arrays and things like this, that's very complicated. But that's the use case of the language, is mathematicians and scientists and things like this. So in that case, I think Python is very hard to do because you're doing all of that math. Now, if you're doing, just regular coding in Python, then it's probably not as hard as C. No, but it just depends on the use case. I don't really think any language is necessarily hard to do, other than, like, Rust is probably hard, but that's more annoying than anything. But I don't know. I've written a lot of different languages, and I don't think, like, it's hard to say that one is easier than another. It's really dependent on the code that you write. It's way harder. Yeah, yeah, but then again, there's code in C that's way harder than that as well. Like, if you're writing like kernel level stuff in C, it's incredibly difficult, right? Like, so it depends on the case. You know what I mean? I would say you should learn C if you want to learn a compiled language. It's the best language to learn, I'd say. I'd say learn C. Yeah. It is the best language because it's always going to be relevant, and it's the fastest language to write, in my opinion. It's the fastest language to run. It just is. Yeah, yeah. If you don't have, like, a strongly typed language, that can be very difficult. Yeah. Like I said, it's hard to read Python code, like complicated Python code, because it's very difficult, right? It's very difficult to understand what's going on. Okay. So we're just going to add 6 to TVs. And for Or actually, no, it's the other way around. This is 4. We're adding 4 vertices, and we'll have 6 indices. No clanker, no clanker. To draw raycasts? That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, programming is sick. I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, so we need 6 indices, and so let's just follow the same winding order that I have here. I'm just going to copy it so that I can read it. So we want to have 4 unique indices, and then have the 5, or 4 unique vertices, I mean. Now, the reason why we have color and fill it per vertex is because it can be per vertex later on. So that's the whole reason why that's the case. Really, this should be first. It'll just make it easier to read. Each text box does need a UID. We could also pass the font. No, that should be bound. Where the hell was I just now? Oh yeah, duh. Okay. So that's 1. Made your brain bleed. Rip. Okay. So 4 unique vertices. So let's figure out what the other ones are. There's this one that's x1, u1, v0. And then there's x0, y1, v1. And then there's all ones. And none of this stuff is going to change because we don't have that implemented yet. But technically this text box UID should not be per vertex at all, obviously. You want it per instance. But for now, we won't worry about it, I think. Yeah, it's a bit complicated to do it otherwise, so let's just not worry about it. So IDX 0, now we're going to count to 6, right? So we're going to put so let's make this very simple here. So Okay, let's make this simple as I make very complicated code. Um, yeah. So now this just goes in that order. We do this, then I1, then we do I2, and then it is I2 again for the winding order, and then we do I1 again, and then we do I3 at the end. That's the winding order. And that should be that. That should be that. Yeah, there's no need to instance text boxes because only one of them is going to be on the screen at a time, I think. Unless all of them have the exact same size. Which could be possible, you know, you could have instance rendering for text boxes where each text box has the same size. That's what I was doing last time, I think. And in that case, you don't need a UID. Maybe I do that. I hate text boxes having a max size, though. Like, I hate that. But maybe that's the way to go. Maybe I should take this back and have a max size for each text box. Just goes to max characters. And therefore, you would just draw the max vertices and then... But how do you zero out the vertices then? Let me look this up. Maybe not. Actually, yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Nah, yeah, the way that I'm doing it is correct. Yeah, I just kind of, yeah, I'm thinking way too hard about it. Yeah, don't do that. Do not do that. I'm thinking way, way, way too hard about it. Okay, so we upload that now. We want to make sure that if TVs buffer, free TVs buffer, if TIs buffer, free TIs dot buffer. Okay, so we're gonna free them. We add the text boxes, we free them, and now we need to upload them to the VBO. So we'll just GL bind buffer, GL array buffer, text VBO. We need to include init.h, which is all of our extern stuff. We will GL buffer subdata. Maybe we run out of size somewhere, but for now it's fine. It's an offset of 0 with the size of TVs dot count, size of text vertex times TVs dot count, and the data is in TVs dot buffer. Okay, and then we want to bind buffer for the indices, GL element array buffer for the text EBO, and we will GL buffer subdata that as well. GL element array buffer, offset of 0, size of uint32t times TIs dot count, TIs dot buffer. Boom. Excellent stuff. Okay, now how do we draw it? We'll obviously call GL draw elements. But I'm not sure how it's going to look like. So let's just take a look at our main draw call, and we will put it right after our render to cube map face. We want to disable depth testing for this, and we will make the shader. We haven't made the shader yet, or we have made it, but we haven't made the initialization for it. So shader program text shader, and we will put this over here with our shaders. Have to make sure to initialize it to 0. Every time we make a new shader, we have to make sure to initialize it to 0. It's the cost of having this abstraction. Okay. And now in shaders.c, we will make sure to delete it for text shader, and we will make a new one. We're getting to the point where we have a lot of shaders. Just something that I noticed. Okay, so we're gonna init text shader, and we should be pretty much good to go now. So we're going to use program with the text shader. We will get the VAO and VBO. Maybe I should try DSA, I don't know. Don't really know if there's a point to it. We want to do GL bind frame buffer with GL frame buffer. I did a little bit of DSA before, and I noticed actually no difference, and it just locks you to 440. So that's why I haven't done any more of it, because I don't know. That's the cost of getting locked to 440, is just having cleaner code. I just don't get it. We need to GL clear color. Is it that? Is that what I use? Or is it 0001 or 0000? It is 0001. Just to while I'm thinking here. Okay, and now we just want to GL draw elements. We don't actually have the amount of indices, so we should probably just grab that from somewhere. We should probably just grab that. Just write code and test it. Then I need reference to tutorials and documentaries and stuff. Um, I have been doing, computer graphics for like 9 hours a day for like 2 years, right? So it's a lot of hours. I mean, not like there were some times like where I take like a month off or whatever, like a couple of those times, but it's just a large amount of time to get familiar with stuff. Then you start to, I know just overall things, right? Like I know how to render a cube map. I know how to sample cube maps. I know how to sample reflections. I know how to do, a lot of stuff with dot products. I know how to iterate over the screen. I know how to do NDC, right? So it's just the amount of time and the amount of exposure that you have to that stuff, right? It's just the pure amount of like hours. It's really not it's nothing that's, you know, it's not something that's just, you know, okay, that's easy. Add all text to draw buffer. And we want to get this create text box function. And we'll just call these once. And we'll be happy. How am I broke? Well, I've applied to a lot of jobs at studios that I would like to work at, but the job market is pretty terrible for things like this. Like seriously, seriously terrible. Like most people that are getting hired within the games programming industry are, you know, seniors. Like seniors that have worked at, other game companies for years, right? You go to like try to get hired at like any even independent studios, and it's like it's ridiculous. You have to have like 9 years of experience, and I've applied to all of those jobs, and I haven't really heard back. I applied to some internships too at some really independent studios, didn't get anything back. So it's either I'm not good at it, or there are just too many talented people. It's one of these things. I don't know. But I mean, I have a full portfolio that I pass around and things like this. But I doubt that 99% of the time that my portfolio even sees eyes, because I don't have a college degree, so I probably don't even get through the filters anyway, right? So it is what it is. But I kind of like figured that if I just keep working on it, at least one day it might work out, but doesn't seem to be that way, maybe. But I hate to like be like a bummer like that and be like, oh, I'm broke and it doesn't work out, and therefore you shouldn't try either. I don't have a college degree. Like a lot of these people that come in my chat and stuff like this, like they have the opportunity to get in into the industry and get into like internships and things like that. And that's what I tell everybody to do is, if you're in college or you're young, like 17, 18, don't try not to get into debt. Go to college and take advantage of things, like like that's, you like have your whole life ahead of you, right? Like I'm 25, right? It's kind of, it's a different thing for me, right? I just have less opportunities, but so that's why I don't like to be all Debbie Downer about it, right? Because my kind of situation is unique, I guess, in that way. Const void pointer indices. This is there. I just started no funds to hire. You're definitely somebody I did that means a lot to me. Thank you. I think there's a lot of cases like that where people have either asked me to do work or that, you know, were like have said, "Oh, I would hire somebody like you" or whatever, right? But that you know, like funds are tough or whatever, you know what I mean? So I get that. I get that. So but I do appreciate that. Try faking a college degree? I don't know. I don't know about that. Honestly, like later in my life, I've just taken my college off of my resume because I think it looks bad just having gone to college and then not finishing. I don't know. But yeah. Okay, I have no clue if this is going to work. I probably missed something. But we'll see. Also, I have no clue what's going on in the shader. I should probably check this out. Because I haven't... Oh, right, the U ortho. Right, the U ortho. Let's just make this every frame. Let's not even worry about it. So apparently you make it with the width of the frame buffer and the height of the frame buffer. I haven't done this in a long time. And the near and far, I believe, are 0 and 1. I'd have to check again. I do this in here. It's -1 to 1 is how I did it. Okay. I mean, I have a portfolio. I have a portfolio, you know. Maybe it's not good enough. I also program all of my stuff on this old laptop from 8 years ago, so it's not like I can even do ray tracing, you know what I mean? So my skills are kind of limited to old techniques that no one is really looking for. That's kind of also a big problem, but yeah. Maybe I should apply to more startups. Honestly, I haven't applied to anything in a while because it was kind of fucking bumming me out every day going on the game job board and then applying to everything. So, but yeah, maybe I should apply more. I don't know why I just don't type this in manually. Okay, so we get the U ortho, and this is going to be text ortho, but we have to say 1 GL false for the transposition. Cast it. Okay, so that's good. I have no clue if this is probably not going to work. Just write a CPU ray tracer. Start doing ray tracing. I guess it would run like shit. I already have an offline path tracer on compute, right? So I'm not like new to ray tracing necessarily. It's just that my graphics don't look like modern PBR pipeline graphics, right? It's just, that's why I'm kind of doing this project now, is to kind of force it, but my hardware just simply doesn't allow me to do high resolution, right? Everything that I have to do is kind of low resolution and janky. I can't do real-time reflections. I have to do probes. You know, like there's a whole level of things that I can't do. Maybe I could do it at 1 FPS or whatever, but you know, it's I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Let's get rid of that and that. We don't have a thing here, so anything that's coming from B will have to not be. This U model isn't a thing because we don't have an SSBO yet. In fact, I don't even know if we need a U ortho in this case if we don't have a model matrix, but I don't think it'll hurt. Okay, so let's just comment out everything that's not important here. And I think that that's it. Okay, now moving into here, we have U screen width and U screen height, which does NDC. But all of this is to clip and change where it's masked, so that doesn't matter. We have all of this modulation and color map, tone mapping here that doesn't matter. Right now we just want to do the color to the screen, so I'm just going to get rid of this and put it at 1. Do I think Arch Linux is better than Windows at programming? I think any flavor of Linux is better for programming than Windows. I don't think Arch necessarily matters. Honestly, I hate the Arch argument because everyone acts like Arch is like more customizable than everything else, but it's just as customizable as everything else. You know, if you know your way around Linux and around Linux packages, then any flavor of Linux is just as customizable. It's just that Arch comes with less bloat and customization options off of the bat, right? But, you know, so Arch is cool, but, you know, I don't, you can install like Debian or whatever whatever have you with just a tiling window manager and it be a very similar experience, you know. So yeah, that's Arch is cool because of the AUR though. It makes a lot of things with programming, I will say, a bit easier because people just set shit up for you, which is pretty crazy. Sure, it sometimes breaks, but as long as you know what you're doing, it's not a big deal at all. Right, we have to bind the U font atlas. I don't think that this U pixel range matters, maybe. I don't know. Why don't I have any of this stuff in here? I don't know. Maybe just screen pixel distance. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I just hard coded it instead of using this pixel range. Okay, well, we'll just do it the same way then. So let's just get rid of this. Let's get rid of vmin, max, vstate, vvisible. Just have what we need, and that's all good. Okay. So we don't use screen width or screen height or U-time. So all we have to do is bind the texture, and then we should be good to go. No, you do texture 2D. I always do this when I'm writing things. We need to get it, so we want to get image pointer images We need to get the cast vec of the images, and we need to get we need to use the font. Okay, yeah, let's just do it as the default font for now. So let's just do that. I tried delivering inversely by drafting a specification for what I wanted to be at the end. I guess that's what I'm doing with this engine, yeah. What I did with my old engine is that I would just like keep adding things one at a time that I thought was cool, and that taught me a lot. But I think now I have a clear kind of end goal, and I'm not abstracting things or doing things that isn't necessary for what I want to do. I have a clear goal. Yeah, it's good for C and C++ because of the debuggers. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We'll just use this, and then we'll get this from font image ID, and then that's what we'll use here. Image I believe that that's what it is. I probably should have named that something else when I did that, but yeah, it is this. What is the... I always get confused when I do this. Yeah, I need active texture. That's what I always forget what the name of this is, because I just always copy and paste it. Okay. STL, it is STL too, yeah. Okay, I have no clue if this is going to work. I have like a lot of doubts that this is going to work, to be honest, but I guess we have to compile and just see what I missed. Oh, I didn't actually compile. I need to compile the... text VBO size. Undefined reference to text VBO size. Can I explain in general what I'm doing? Right now I'm trying to get text rendering to the screen with MSDF. So we're kind of working through the bugs on it so that we can get text to the screen. It's kind of difficult, but we'll figure it out. No type size for vector specified. I probably forgot to initialize something. I initialized those. Okay, let's see the GDB for it. I need to see where it's coming from. Read JSON MSDF. Oh yeah, yeah, that is true. I didn't set the size for the glyph. Yeah. Yeah, because the glyph expand here. So font glyphs, we need to init vector okay. The anti-Unreal Engine, yeah. Undefined variable adim in text.vert. Undefined variable v-visible. Where? Oh. Okay, so we don't see anything. Do not see anything. Okay. We can render dock it in a bit, but I'm just going to try. I don't know why I didn't just reload the shaders, but I'm just going to try drawing this as the frag color. Seeing what the deal is. Okay, nothing. Okay, so let's try something else. Let's try just doing the pause. Okay. Not that either. I'm worried that we don't have anything in the buffer, so let's go see what the count is. I'm probably forgetting something. Small format and black. Possibly. It's possible. It's possible, but I did set it to just a very bright color. So it should render. Let's see what our index count is. $24. So there is text in the buffer, I think. Okay. Oh, we do load the text in. 100%. Let's hard code the position. Well, no. Alright, let's figure it out. We can print out the positions and shit like this just to make sure that it's working. I don't have a printVec2. printVec2 would be really nice here. we're just gonna print out x0, y0, u0, v0, and I want to see if it's iterating and if the values are sane. Gotta get rid of this. I don't know where that's coming from. 500, 500, 500, 500. So it's not changing. The x0 is not changing. So our glyphs are wrong. Okay. Well, at least it's not the stupid rendering that's wrong. It is definitely the glyphs that are wrong. And we can prove it by looking at G x offset, G y offset, G width, and height. I'm betting that we aren't parsing the JSON right or something, or our glyphs just aren't right. That's probably has to be what's going on. No, we do have width and we do have height. Let's try X advanced because that's what matters. Oh, our scale. Oh, our scale. We don't set DB text size equals 1. We don't set TB text size. Okay, nothing still. 20. Okay, so now if I check X0, it should be marching across the screen. It should be working now. I wanna start at just go to 0, 0, 0. -2, 0, 18, 0. So it's going across now. Okay, so at least it's going across now. We still aren't seeing anything. Let's try not discarding. Oh shit. Okay, I just realized what's happening. We are not actually rendering it to the main frame buffer because we're not actually compositing it. I just totally forgot to do that. Yeah, my bad. My bad on that one. My bad on that one. My bad on that one. And in our post-process shader, we want to take in uText and just composite it. Hey, what's up, Anna? Are you up early? Come on. Yes. Yes. That's what we like to see. That is what we like to see. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Okay, so we're not seeing any glyphs. We're not seeing any glyphs. Okay, but we do have it on the screen at least. Oh wait. Yeah. You're supposed to do this now. Come on. God fucking damn it. This guy read my comment and edit. Thinks Vulcan exposes velocity. Yeah, just stupid. Just literally stupid. Just people are just so dumb. It's unfortunate that we have to be graced with their presence on this beautiful, beautiful earth. Okay, well, I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, I do have UVs here. I just clamped them. Okay, that's definitely not correct. Why not using C++? I don't like C++. Fuck. See, this is the tricky stuff. This is the tricky part with stuff like this, is that there's no way to really debug it. No. Unless there's something that I did while I was... Maybe I shouldn't be using this janky thing. Odin, Zig, and Rust. People already nag me about Odin, Zig, and Rust. Those are attachment pipelines. The velocity pipeline. The fuck? Don't worry. I got this comment actually this morning on one of my videos saying that I should, instead of targeting for a specific version of my graphics API, I should have abstraction layers that the engine interacts with, and write what he exactly said. He said usage code. Write usage code first, so that later you can swap out pipelines. And I was just like, dude, You're tilting the fuck out of me. You were just tilting the absolute fuck out of me. I hate to be that guy, but like with some of these people, all I want to say is like, show me your thing. I want to see your thing now. Can I do light mode? I can, but right now my eyes unfortunately need a break, so. Maybe we can draw the font atlas to the screen just to make sure that it works. Oh wait, hold on a second. Come on, give it to me. Give me the thing. No, you fucking asshole. That has to be it though, right? Okay, I hate everything. How old am I? 25. Did I see your thing? I did see your thing. I answered it. Also, it has not. So, what I was talking, he was answering to something that I said in my game engine video where I talked about my tips. He was talking about when I said I'm targeting a specific OpenGL version, right? Like that's what he's responding to. I'm targeting a specific version that prohibits me from using bindless textures and things like that, right? So to say I should have an abstraction layer and write usage code, right? Like these are just buzzwords that mean nothing. Okay, I still have to avoid the bindless textures and avoid using SSBOs heavily. That was my entire point, right? So it's just, I was talking about your game, then I didn't see your thing. Don't worry, Dust, then if you switch to I didn't see your thing. No. Maybe I'm not in top chat. Maybe I'm... No, I don't see anything in here. I'm in live chat. I don't see anything there. So, okay. The alpha channel doesn't have anything in it. We're writing to the alpha channel like this. Could it be how we're sampling it? Maybe I'm supposed to... I don't trust this. I just don't trust this. One fucking bit. Very hard to follow. I'm sorry. Oh, you're streaming the process on YouTube. I see. Yeah, I didn't know that. The whole thing is white. The whole thing is white. Okay, so then I have to guess that this texture just isn't loading correctly. Do we? I think we load it fine. Well, that's annoying. Read JSON MSDF. Do I not get the load the texture, or do I? I do. Let me try true here. I mean, I didn't say explicitly in the video that I was avoiding bindless. What I said in the video was that I early on avoided a lot of things in modern OpenGL because I was targeting lower end hardware. And that was kind of the reasoning I said, like, as my tips for making a game engine, is that you should you should avoid using modern things if you're targeting certain hardware. And also if you're targeting mobile or whatever, right? To decide that first before you start coding all of this shit. So that was kind of my advice. But hold on. Font image ID is not texture. Please? Yes. That's what I'm fucking talking about, bro. That's the MSDF on the screen. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Okay. Oh, yeah, I have to recompile. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, an abstraction layer doesn't help me because at the end of the day, it's a totally different pipeline if you're using VBO instancing versus you're using SSBOs, right? Like, it's a totally different, the whole pipeline changes. Like, it's not like one of these things where you just like have an abstraction layer that then deals with the two different. No, I mean, all of your data has to change, and how you push the buffers and things like this. Like, it's not just one of these things that we can just switch in and out. Did you see the screenshot that I sent you of my render time? Bro, I'm doing everything myself, yeah. No, that isn't off topic. We're rendering this text right now. It's just upside down, which is like, kind of worrying. Like why is it upside down? Why is it upside down? Where's the door hole? Fucking upside down. My text is upside down. My text is upside down. My text is upside down. I have zero clue. I guess I could just flip the UVs. Technically, I could just flip the UVs, and then it would probably be fine. But that is, I think it's because it flips it on, no, but then the glyphs wouldn't be upside down. It would be in the wrong place. I don't think that you could just flip it like that. Yeah, the 2ms is actually my main render loop. That's the entire frame. That's the entire frame is like 3 milliseconds. Except when I'm overheating, which then it goes to 20 milliseconds, like is where it is now. That's what I was trying to say, is like that when my laptop isn't overheating, my frame time is 4 milliseconds. The guy says upscalers are pointless. Hey, what's up, Lexi? Yeah, I mean, people don't really know what they're talking about. That's pretty simple. Why is my text upside down? How am I gonna fix this? How am I gonna fix this? At least we have it on the screen, huh? That's pretty fun. I don't know if this is supposed to be sRGB or not. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Minecraft stuff. TAA upscale, is that what it is? TAA upscale? I guess I probably use the U model to turn it upside down. I can't imagine that it's this. Yeah, let's look at the code, I guess. I just don't know where it is. Where it would be. Oh, I have no clue where this is. Uh, in this old code base, there's really no way to find anything. Um, I know that I used to upload it to an SSBO, but God knows where that is. It's just so long since I looked at this shit. I had all of these abstractions for the different uniforms and how to bind them with a tagged union and all this shit. That was crazy. That was crazy stuff. Did it upload? Re-upload dirty render groups? Clear render instance arenas? Oh yeah, this is cursed. Re-upload VBO render groups. Initialize OpenGL buffer data. No. Generate render groups. No. Yeah, I may have to figure it out myself. Upload dirty text boxes to SSBO. That's what we were looking for. So how do I derive compose 2D transform? Translation angle scale. Compose 2D transform. That's the function we need. Compose 2D transform. This is the function that we need to get the matrix. Code better. The fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, bro. What? I have not seen your abstractions. My old abstractions for uniforms were crazy, though. I don't have them anymore because I don't kind of need them, I guess. It used to be crazy. Like, I had it so that you had tagged unions for everything. And I found out vectors hold in C. Dude, yeah, vectors are the shit, yeah. Just don't overuse them. Code better. Okay, so we can make the SSBO for it. It's like, the fact that it's upside down makes me feel like there's probably something that I'm missing. Like, I can't just do 1 minus. That's not gonna... Maybe it's a winding order thing? No, I don't think so. "40 functions would be..." Yeah, that's exactly what I had. You can see it right here. Look at this. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Look at how I used to bind the data with a void pointer. And then I had all of these with like tagged unions for it. Yeah. Yeah, I had all of these function pointers that got bound with the uniform. Let me look this up. It says to just invert my V. Does that really work? I just input to this. Yeah. Yeah. See, that doesn't obviously work because now that's just sampling the wrong part of the texture. So that obviously doesn't work. Maybe I just do the transform for it. Oh, you know what? That's a good. That just gave me the idea. Let me just try to do this the other way around. Upside down. Yeah, I had an SSBO and UBO abstraction, yeah. It's just kind of annoying to maintain it. Yes! Fuck yeah. Okay. It is at the right position now. We just had to invert the ortho matrix. We just had to invert the ortho. What I'm worried is that it's taking... Is it really taking that long to render it? Why is it so laggy? Or is my computer just laggy? No, yeah, my computer is just fucked. My computer is actually just fucked. Here comes the fan. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Now, I guess you have to... I mean, honestly, what you should do is just have the font as a per vertex attribute, and then just have a texture array for all of the fonts. That's what I think I'm going to do. I have to remember how to make a texture array, though. It's been a while. I also don't know how to test that because I don't have multiple fonts. So, also that. Yeah. Anyway, what I did notice is that, can the fan go away now? What I did notice is that I need an angle and something else. Yeah, I don't know why. That guy just pissed me off. Dude, that guy really fucking ruined my fucking vibe. Code better. That shit just pisses me the fuck off. Fucking idiot, bro. God. She tilts the fuck out of me, bro. Well, I'm glad you don't think my code is bad. Who said that? Some guy, bro, that I banned. Just instantly. Bro, that tilts the fuck out of me, bro. How, like, people can just, like, fucking say anything, bro. People can just, like, come onto your stream and then just say anything. Like, bro, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. They need to leave, I know. It's like advising the sniper to aim. Yeah, it's just like, bro, let me see your thing. I want to see your thing right now. Let me see your thing, and then we can talk about your thing. And then I'll see who's the better programmer. I don't know. Okay. The angle is in radians. The translation and scale. Okay, so let's play around with this then. Let's go to our test thing and set an angle of 1 and then a scale of... No, that's not what I wrote. And then 1, 2 in Y, and then a translation of 10, 10. Now the tricky thing is that this start 0, 0 isn't actually centered around 0, 0. I had an old function that centered the text box. Ah, fucking shit. This is wrong UI. Oh my god. Move text box to origin. Okay, this is the function. The start was negative width divided by 2, determine text box dimensions, and then we do it that, and so we get it to the origin. Did I see your thing? I did not see your thing. You should put it in the Discord, and then we'll check it out. Okay. Determine text box dimensions. Okay, so determine text box dimensions just does the math for it, and then I'm just gonna copy this function exactly, pretty much. And by pretty much I mean just copy it exactly. All I have to do is pretty much just replace this stuff with this stuff. I don't know why I didn't call this TB back then. You're having a late night meal? Nice. Then I wouldn't be having these issues, yeah. It's also a wild thing to say because I'm not even like struggling right now. I'm just kind of just coding, you know what I mean? Like I'm not even like stuck on a bug or something. If I was stuck on a bug, then I would kind of understand it. But I'm not. I'm just kind of vibing, bro. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this function works. I didn't do this though. So maybe I need to do that. Okay. So that will determine the text box dimensions. And then I'm just going to copy the code that origin. Move text box to origin. So I need to determine the dimensions and then move it to the origin so that it transforms correctly, because it needs to render from the origin so that it can rotate around the center. Okay. This is the true kind of vibe coding, exactly. This is worse than using Python. Dude, why aren't you using Python? Okay, so it's up in the corner. Let's try moving it 500 pixels. Oh, I don't actually compose the matrix and then send it to the shader. Okay. Yeah, then we need the SSBO for it. We need the SSBO then. So let's set up the SSBO. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Reluctantly making another SSBO for this. Oh no. You hate to see it. You hate to fucking see it. I do remember you, freaky diddler. I do. I typically remember everybody. I don't really forget people. We're going to triple buffer it because I'm a giga chad. And triple buffering SSBOs is the only way to do SSBOs, as I've discovered. I triple buffer everything. 100 lines of SSBOs, yeah, it's cursed. It is somewhat necessary. We actually, you know what? This global instance SSBO isn't even being used, by the way. Isn't even being used. So we have a couple of free slots, okay, fellas? We have a couple of free slots, guys. We have to clean up the SSBOs. Let's not even think about it. We're rendering text, guys. That's what we've decided to do. Okay, how was I doing this before? I did max text boxes. Yeah, we have max text boxes to use. We have to make the struct for the thing. What are SSBOs? They are giant buffers that you can send to the GPU, and that's basically all they are. Is just literally data that you give to the GPU that's stored in VRAM, and You can modify it from the CPU, but it's kind of slow. And you know, that's kind of the tricky part about it, is that usually you want to push data to the GPU and then have it stay on the GPU because it's slow to change it otherwise. That's kind of the tricky thing about them, but it's the main way of getting data to the GPU. It is the main modern way of getting data to the GPU. Because you can push big ones, big numbers, you know. We're just going to have a mat4 model in there. I don't think that... Also, you can have a visible flag. And that's pretty much it. Support mod slot, yeah. It is sucky to have to deal with the slot limit. Like, I have to deal with the slot limit. But the good thing is that the ones that I only bind for my light map that take up like 5 slots here, I don't have to have them otherwise. 6 slots, I don't have to have them otherwise. So I can just get rid of those. So during regular thing. Yeah, I used to be really scared of SSBOs because they're really slow to modify on my GPU. My GPU just doesn't like SSBOs because it's kind of old. But then I learned about triple buffering them. And let me tell you, triple buffered SSBOs, that's the shit, bro. This is what it's all about, bro. This is what it's all about. That 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 is what it's all about. So I used to only upload dirty regions. I'm just gonna re-upload everything. Now, if you have like an insane amount of text boxes, then that might be kind of disgusting. But I think we're chilling to upload them, the matrix transforms. We have a persistent thing. Oh, but then you have to change everything. Oh. Ew. Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. It's just one mem copy. Happy coding. Peace out. Can you give me a small explanation about the vectors abstraction? I was using them as XY chord structs, but now I'm getting to the capacity and count and different shit. I can show you my vector abstraction. It's very simple. In C, if you're using C, right, to make your vector, there is a problem with types, right? Obviously, you don't know the type, so you don't know how much you need to expand the vector, right? So what you do is you store on the vector the byte size of the type. So all you do is when you create a vector, you specify the type size, this v type size. And so every time I create a vector, I call init vector, and I fill in this byte size. That way, every time I expand the vector, I know exactly how much to expand it every time. So that's how it works, right? So normally what I would call is init vector, which takes in an amount and a type size, right? That byte size. And usually this is 0. and so we null it out so that we don't dereference garbage later. And then every time we expand, we just do this, right? And we expand by that byte size that we specified earlier, and these are just here for safety. But yeah, you typically just want to do the capacity times 2 plus the count, just so that you're safe if the count exceeds the capacity. That's basically the gist of it. And then you call realloc and to the bigger size, and then that's it. The tricky thing is you always have to make sure that the new size is bigger than the old size, right? So that is how you do it. It's not bad. And then I return a pointer to the first index of what we just expanded. So if I call vector expand with a size of, like, if I want to do like 54, right? I want to expand it by 54. Then I take I return the pointer to exactly the start of that 54, right? So that I can copy straight into that block. So that's how vectors work. Prototype multiple forms of real-time GI. Want to prototype another one? Feel like doing something smaller and more calmer. Yeah, DSA doesn't do much performance-wise. It doesn't really do anything performance-wise. The reason why DSA exists is just for readability, really. It's not... it's not... So this is used when the vector holds a lot of data. No, when it's 2 or 3 or 4, you have a capacity, right? So basically the capacity is just how much do you have allocated right now, how much memory, right? And so whenever you exceed the capacity, you have to allocate more. That's all it is. So if you have a capacity of 0, right, it does matter because now you have to expand, right? And then if you had a capacity of 2 and now you're at 3, then you have to expand, right? The golden rule is you expand by times 2 your current capacity usually. So if you have a capacity of 2 and now your count goes to 3, right? You're gonna go 2 times 2 and then go to 4, right? That's typically the pattern. It's really not worth the benefits because it locks you at 4.5 and there's no performance benefit for it, right? It's just kind of... But I mean, if you're locked because of bindless, then maybe it doesn't matter, but yeah. It's kind of... Okay. Spurv, so you're locked to 4.6, yeah. So then maybe it doesn't matter. For me, though, I don't want to be locked to 4.6. So that's why I'm going to try to get rid of bindless. But yeah, that's why I don't use it. Because it really, there is no benefit to it. It's pretty much just an aesthetic thing. Okay. So now we have the text box SSBO set up. And we have a pointer to it. We want to, once a frame, upload to it. That's what I was writing right here. I'm gonna start calling this GP. Like, this is the way I should be doing things. I have some things that are that, but Texture arrays sound like pain. Yeah, the tricky thing about the texture arrays, right, is avoiding like a switch case in the fragment shader, because if on the off chance you have a normal texture that's like a different resolution than your diffuse texture, then you have to know which array you're going into. So how do you do that without an if statement? That's the part that I'm stuck on, right? Like if you have one texture array for all 512 textures, one for all the 1024, one for all the 2048, right? Like how do you avoid if statements when you're trying to figure out, when you're trying to get to the right one, you know? I don't know how to do that. That's the part that sucks. I see you doing these like giant classes that hold like everything. Well, I don't have any classes. I don't have classes. I don't have inheritance. It is convenient to have one global struct that mean your headers. Yeah, that's just a C thing. They're called structs. They're called structs. Oh, you're talking about my extern variables, my global variables. Yeah, it's so much work grouping them. It really is so much work grouping them. Because then every time, if I had a thing that just held all of these pointers, then I would, 5 billion functions all inside the same class. I don't have a class. These aren't methods. These are just functions. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. The same file? Yeah, I don't like, this is also a C thing. I don't like many files. I really don't. I really avoid it. The reason why is because I like everything to be in the same place for globals reasons. Like the reason why everything in render is for a namespace reason, for things like the current frame that we're on, right? Like I have at the top here these variables that stay inside of this file, right? So that's kind of like the purpose of putting it all in the same place. But yeah, I definitely don't like having a lot of files. It's the best way to work on something solo. Yeah, exactly. Like I have this that gets me around, like I search very fast. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, that's probably just personal preference, but I really don't like small files, because getting around to them is really hard in Helix, right? I don't have tabs, right? So, it's a different type of workflow because obviously my buffers fill up very fast, very, very fast, because I have shaders open. I like to have at most 10 files open, and the main code of the engine is split into main, render, init, physics, camera, I already have a lot of files is the thing. I already have a ton of files, like, in this. Way more than I had in my original one. My original engine was way worse than this. Like, this file is 10,000 lines long. This file is 10,000. You know? And then the UI. But this is exactly why I have the naming convention with my things. Like, bind is bind. We have upload, the different upload functions. I have very specific naming conventions with everything for that reason, because I know exactly how to get around to things. You know? I know exactly how to get around to everything for that reason. But 2,000 lines for a render file is actually like pretty short, because a lot of this is literally just boilerplate and shit that's commented out. You know? Like, it's really not that crazy at all. Also, Helix has like very convenient things to get around. For example, if I'm editing this, I can go up here, you know, figure out this, and then I can just press undo and it brings me right back to where I was. I also have Control J, which takes me to every place that I've made a change since opening Helix, right? So there's a lot of like neat ways to get around that don't require having a lot of files in Helix. So it also has to do with that. Right, compute 2D transform. That's what we were talking about earlier. This should really be in utilities. But one day I will go through this and clean this up, because there's a lot of things that need to get cleaned up in here. So that is something that I do need to do, but for now I don't have a problem with it. Compose 2D transform. So it takes in these we'll just do this, and then we want to get a buffer of these. So text box GPU to TB GPU to max text boxes. We're gonna have the same amount. For now, everything will be hard-coded to visible. Model equals mat, and now we have the upload pattern that I need to do. Okay, so this is the upload pattern. And we can do text box SSBO offset, text box SSBO, and I believe that we left this one at 8. We don't have a current frame offset, and our draw command count will just be globals.textboxes.count and textbox GPU and TB GPU. And we go over by the offset, which is based on the current frame, and that's the triple buffer pattern. Okay. And that's 8. Okay, so I'm correct on that. Okay, so let's see if this works. I kind of want to animate it just to see if it works. Angle true equals f mod f 3 angle true 3.1415 and just add angle true. I didn't actually call the function. We have to get these pointers done. Okay. Okay, so this, oh, I'm not applying the transformation. Also, something that's bothering me is that we're just like lagging a lot, which is really annoying me. We're lagging a lot because my computer is overheated or something. And it's not stopping. So I think I'm just going to restart my MSI Afterburner and just see like if things are gonna be fine, I guess. Yeah, so in here I need to take in eight, and this is visible. I believe that's a uint. Yeah, I mean, I have my own formatting system. Like, for example, the chunks of this file are related to each other, right? Like, I have all of the actual rendering stuff at the bottom. Like, the bottom 600, 700 lines is all like the actual render calls, all of the actual draw calls. And then up here, all of these functions are the functions that that upload the instance data and do things with our indirect draw commands, right? So all of it is, and then all of this is the binding stuff for materials and shaders. And then up here, everything is the frustum culling stuff. And then here is all of the GPU upload stuff for the SSBOs. And then over here is all of the stuff where we add to the draw buffer the actual vertices. So it's all grouped together, right? And I mentally know where kind of everything is because it's all reliant on each other. Because this stuff comes first because everything else down here calls it, right? And it has like a natural hierarchy, right? Like I don't have down here where I have the draw stuff, I don't have the mesh stuff. And down here with the draw stuff, I don't have the stuff that binds the material textures and things like this. So it's, I don't have everything just lying around. No, I don't know why. I hope that I didn't fuck up my computer with the compressed air. I really hope that I didn't, because that would fucking suck. That would really be bad. That would really be bad. Yeah, let's not worry about it, I guess. Yeah, I don't really have abstractions like that anymore. I don't really see a need for it. Okay, there we go. It is spinning, and that's exactly what we want. And we're lagging. Yeah. I might just restart my computer. Yeah. Yeah, it's permanently throttled. Yeah, look. It's just permanently throttled for no reason. At completely idle temperatures, it's just permanently throttled because of thermal. So okay, I'm just gonna restart the computer. I was very gentle with the compressed air. I seriously was. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Should dry up instantly. It might have put like extra stress on the fans, and something might have gone wrong. I looked it up if it was okay to do it before, and people said that you know just be careful with it. But I mean, this computer is kind of like on its last legs. So, how do I unwind? Uh, I at the end of the day, I usually fall asleep watching like casual cast some League of Legends games, and that's usually how I end my days. It's my only laptop, yeah. I guess if it breaks, then I can move to the computer that I stream on, but that basically doesn't have a GPU. That's like a GPU from like 2012. Like it really can't. I'd be locked to like 430, I believe. I don't even know if I'm locked to 430 on that computer, but yeah. I actually should try to render this on that computer, because you know it can't do like heavy compute stuff, but it has more RAM. There's actually like I think there's maybe it's 16 gigabytes of RAM, maybe 24. I don't know on that one. StarCraft, a decent antidepressant. Yeah, I played some StarCraft 2 back in the day. I always sucked at it though. I always like was pretty fucking terrible at it. 16 is not a yeah. 16 is 100% enough. Oh yeah, we're just lagging. We're just completely fucked. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I may have to investigate this off stream, but yeah. All right, we'll go back. We'll go down to 480. But yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad, yeah. Alright, peace out, Joshua. 6 a.m. G's. Usually if I restart my computer, it's fine. Okay, well, at least we have text rendering, I guess. What materials did I use to learn C? I didn't really use any materials to learn C other than the internet. I already knew languages before C, so it's pretty easy to pick it up, I guess. I don't quite get the point if as soon as I finish I won't be able to write anything. What do you mean? Should try projects, I guess, to do projects. Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Well, we can leave it for a while and then see if it gets better, I guess, because that's all we can do. I don't know what else I can try to do in the meantime. Yeah, the hotspot dropping out just isn't a good sign. Like dropping out like that is not a good sign. Really not a good sign. It means that the sensors are panicking. Repadding, repasting. I can't open it up. You literally can't open this thing up. You have to break the adhesive to open it up, and then you have to glue it back together. And I don't have the tools to do that. I've looked into it. I saw a video of somebody doing it. You have to literally crack it open with a metal bar. There's no screws on this thing. It's completely fucked. I just feel stupid. I still felt this stupid. You just need to give it a lot of time. ASCII Doom would be cool. That sounds sick. I'm gonna need to give it another restart. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could open it if I like, if I tried really hard, but pretty scared to fuck something up. I can't see what you're saying. It is what it is. I can't see what you're saying. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. I probably needed a shutdown instead of just straight up restart. That probably has something. But as you can see here, when I'm not overheating, our entire frame time is like 4 milliseconds. Which is pretty fast. But as soon as I overheat, it's like 20 milliseconds. So they're vibe coding everything? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the chat? Yeah, I guess. Okay, well, we're not completely doomed, I think. We're not completely doomed. Let's just take it easy, I guess. We're not completely doomed. For now, let's just... Did I choose C out of love for the syntax, or was it an engineering decision? Well, I guess a bit of both. In my opinion, C is the fastest language to write, and it's also the fastest language to run. That's not my opinion, but it is, right? So that's those are the two things that I care about. I need things to be fast to run because I have a bad computer, and I need things to be fast to write. That's kind of just my personal preference. I really don't like trying to figure out how some standard library thing fucking works. Like, I don't like that. I like the fact that the C standard library is very simple, does what it's supposed to, dead simple, right? Like, you don't have to fuck around with things. That's the thing that I don't like about other languages. Their standard library is complicated and you have to like learn it. I don't like learning libraries. That's why I like CJSON and Nuclear. They don't require a lot of learning. You can just go, you know? So I like building things from scratch. I like, you know, creating my own stuff. And so I think C is the perfect language for that. I should really cache uniform locations, but I don't know about doing that right now. That sounds like kind of lame, to be honest. But we could try to do that. Well, now that we have text rendering, we need a system to save text and things like this. So our scene save and load we have to change to have the text stuff. And then when we load, we need to fill all of the text buffers and things like that. Yeah. I do kind of need to go to the bathroom and get a new drink, so that's probably what I'm gonna do next. It was cool to get text working. I also want to get just UI elements working, which are just going to be SDFs this time. I'm not going to do triangulated stuff. And so I'm just going to do SDFs. I don't want it to be as complicated as last time, though. But I do kind of need to get the UI stuff working. But I think what I'm going to do when I get back is probably do some modeling as well. I need to get started on working on assets because we are now at text and UI, and that's we're kind of reaching kind of the part where we have to actually do something, because I've kind of got all the things implemented that I need to do to make something, so gotta keep that goal, working on that goal instead of just like adding shit just to add it, you know. For actual game UI, I could probably, but it wouldn't look very good, unfortunately. You can, right? There are people that use ImGUI for game GUIs, right? But for what I want to do, definitely not. What I want to do is like a turn-based thing. It's going to have a lot of text. I need the text to be stylized and animate and things like that. It's like a big thing for me, so you kind of can't do that sort of weird like the text spinning on the screen and waving and shit like that you can't do with Nuclear. When I use the STL, it's honestly embarrassing. Yeah, I don't like the C++ standard library, so a lot of Rust compilers keep multi-threading. I mean, yeah, I get this. I get the whole negative abstraction, all of their arguments. I get it, but also you have to keep in mind that people are still using pushback for shit that doesn't need to be vectorized. You know what I'm like? It is theoretically as fast as hand rolling assembly if you know how to use it in that highly optimized way, which I don't believe that people do know how to do that. I highly disagree with that people know how to write code that can be that fast using those tools. Highly doubt it. Because you don't know what's happening under the hood. You don't. But, I mean, compilers are really good nowadays, right? And you should trust your compiler. But there is really no guarantees on anything. But, you know. But, you know, my argument is you can't really get faster than C, right? You can only get as fast as C. But yeah, I will. I'll be back. I'm gonna get something to drink really quick. Yeah, I mean, when I learned programming, it also felt just like, you know, going through the motions, but I learned most of it from doing my own projects, you know? That's kind of how you do it, I think. I've got my coffee going, so coffee is staying on the screen. I will be going to get my coffee soon. I should get a Mr. Coffee. Solding has a Mr. Coffee. And I feel like Solding is cool, so yeah. Is the kettle situation fixed? Yeah, they got a new kettle. But I'm still, you know, the guy who broke the fucking kettle. So, yeah. I wish I didn't break the fucking kettle, dude. Also, I figured out what that flickering issue was. The flickering was coming from, I was doing a dispatch with an amount of 0. That was the bug with the flickering. I was sometimes calling 0 for the dispatch and it was freaking out. Thanks to RenderDoc, I figured it out. So, thank you, RenderDoc. It gave me like a red error. And I immediately figured it out. So thank you, RenderDoc. A rare use case of RenderDoc actually being fucking useful for once. Usually it just tells me dog shit. Everybody says to use RenderDoc all the time, and it's like, is it actually useful? Really? Like, you know, 1 out of 10 times I open RenderDoc, it's actually fucking tells me anything profiling wise. My own timers tell me more profiling wise than RenderDoc ever will. Like, my GL queries are way better than RenderDoc, way more accurate. RenderDoc just does not have accurate profiling. I'm sorry. Vectors in programming are only a math simulation of the vectors. Yeah, I mean, vectors as in arrays are different than vectors as in like a vec3, as in like a math direction or position. It's just two different things. Insight? Yeah, maybe I'll do Insight. Maybe. I like the GL queries. I think GL queries are so fucking underrated. No. They don't work on Intel UHD. But they work on NVIDIA and they work really good. It's like way better, way more accurate timers than I've seen in RenderDoc. It's completely different. It's like night and day. So GL queries are good. Yeah, it sucks that I now have to make the system to select text boxes. That was the most annoying thing in my last engine with the text boxes, is that to select them and shit is like annoying. Because you have to get screen chords and then check the bounding boxes of everything in 2D space, and then you have to draw like an outline over it. It's fucking annoying. Like, I don't want to have to do that again. And then I have to make another wireframe shader. Then AB. Yeah, but I have to. The text boxes themselves, because text boxes, are like a certain size, right? I have to test against either the bounding box of it or the. Yeah. Because some of them have just a large bounding box. The bounding box of the text box isn't the actual bounding box because of the transforms, right? So if we have like a matrix transform that moves it, right? Like this matrix transform and this ortho matrix, I have the coffee thing over it, but these matrix transforms, those happen on the GPU, but we need to do it on the CPU. So I need to do this transform on the CPU to test the bounding box, which is fucking annoying. It's really annoying. It's really annoying to do. And even the more annoying thing is rendering the outline for that selection, because it has to be done in 2D space, and all of my wireframe stuff is in 3D space. So I have to create another vertex layout just to render the fucking, and another shader just to render the outline. Do you see what, like, it's annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Like, it's almost like tilting amount of annoying that you have to do. It's like, the last time I did this, it took like a day or two to just do it because it's annoying. I just hate to do that shit, that like there's no point in doing it other than it being an editor feature, which isn't ever going to ship with anything, and so it's literally just for the convenience of being able to drag around text boxes. It's kind of like whatever, I don't know. It's kind of like whatever, I don't know. Like, these things in my old engine used to excite me, like being able to make a text box that says anything and could appear at any time and could have any, animation, weird animations and shit like that. Like, now it just feels like, I don't know. It's just kind of boring. I don't want to do it. For viewing triangles in your engine, you have 3 options. Yeah, I don't use GL polygon mode. Maybe I should do it, but I just use GL lines because some of the stuff is just better to have GL lines, I found. Like the legs, for example, right? Yeah, I should make that toggle actually, just for my main render pass, just to see everything wireframe. Maybe that's a good idea. I don't know. It can go on the same FBO. It just needs to be a different shader. And a different vertex layout, probably. We use the same ortho matrix. You know what? Hold on a second. What if I, while uploading the text boxes, what if I check there for our mouse position and then just push it to the shader with an outline? That might be a cheap way to do it. It isn't going to look great, but I don't really care about it looking great. I could just do that, I think. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. Right here, if I just have the mouse chords, I can just check the bounding box using this matrix and then just push it with another flag in the SSBO. I think that that's it. Do you just stream for yourself? No, no companies have reached out for me. I've had very bad luck finding a job. Yeah. You can toggle the polygon mode. I didn't know about the polygon mode until way late. Like in my old engine, I had no clue about it. It would have made things so much easier. Like the amount of shit that I had to do my collision holes and shit. So like after streaming for a month or two, I guess I'm too bad. So I guess I'm just not good enough. All I have in my business email is AI offers to promote AI on my fucking YouTube channel. I have no job, work, nothing that has ever come into my work email. So I guess I'm just not good enough. So that's fine. How do I get my mouse chords again? I need to remember the boilerplate for it. I have it in the old engine. Get mouse state. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe my code is just too unorganized. Maybe I'm just not coding things that companies want to see. Maybe they come in here and I'm struggling with something and it looks bad, or I don't know. God knows if I know. I apparently did this without the poll event. Probably makes sense. Okay, so we need to get the 2D chords. I think my render resolution is also different than the UI text resolution, which probably matters. I don't know. I don't know if TB translation, which units those are in, but I'm going to assume that it's in the render resolution and not the screen resolution. So I probably need to change it to the right resolution scale. My coffee is done, by the way, so I'll go in like 2 more minutes. I had this old code that did this in UI.c render scale. Scale, it had something to do with scale. It had to do with the UI resolution, changing the UI resolution. Yeah, the populate attack list, yeah. All of this was so crazy. Scale UI. Compute UI scale. Compute UI scale. How did I do this? I had a base width and a base height. Yeah, my UI scale was something like this. I don't have that scale anymore, but apparently I did this. I don't really know. Right, because you want a scale for the translations that's larger than the actual rendering resolution, because you don't want it tied to the rendering resolution, obviously. So that's how you get it into the render width and the render height. But then you have to get to the screen to test against the mouse chords, and that part I don't know. But let's just make it a define right now. This should be a define, actually. I'm just gonna copy, I think it was 2560, 920. And we'll just steal this compute UI scale function. And we will get this with the UI scale width and UI scale height. And this is going to be text width, text height, and then you want to multiply this shit by that scale. And now it's in the range of text width and text height. But now you need to get it to the size of the screen. So maybe you need a different model matrix then. And then you have a to the screen. And then this is screen width and screen height so that we can compare against the mouse chords. Okay, I'm gonna get my coffee. I think that this is working, but yeah. Alright, we can try this. The problem is that we don't actually have a bounding box for it. I guess when we make the text box, we should store inside of the box that, and then those will be the four corners, is just 0, 0, 0 with, you get what I'm saying, right? And then just have move text box to origin tell us what it is. I think that that's the solution. So how do you do mat4 mul vec2? I guess 0, 0 would be the z component, and you multiply it times the ortho. So let's just compute the ortho again. Was this language C on video games? What do you mean? This is done in the language C, the programming language. So we'll just do this, and we want to multiply these I can't remember if it's M4 mul or mat4 mul. I can't remember which one is the row major one and which one is the... I guess so. About your job and your stupid boss. That would be pretty good. I don't know if I can help you out there, though. I'm making one about my stupid life and my stupid boss. Except my stupid boss is God. Or something like that. Is that column major? I have no clue. It is column major. Alright, so that's the correct one. And now we just need to multiply that times we need to transform all 4 points, which are these points, the P0 is yeah, so we have float width equals the TB width TB height. So something like this. Those are the 4 points. And now pos 0 is the mat formal point with our OMAT against the vec3 p0.x p0.y 0.0. And now we're doing the GPU transform on the CPU. Although it is kind of expensive. It's probably a cheaper way to do the transform, but I don't know it, so. Okay. Okay. So if the mouse position is within these bounds, then we will fill it with a color. So if mouse X how do I figure out if it's within the bounds though? Isn't it just, don't you just check P0 and P3 anyway? You just check pos 0.x and mouse x less than or equal to pos 3.x. Maybe. Then we change the color on it. Okay. So we'll just change the fill for now. We can make an outline later. Shouldn't be that hard. For now, instead of a fill, let's just do b.fill. How do I do the fill? How did I do the fill? I don't see anything here where I did the fill. Maybe instead of discarding here, you just do like that. Possibly. Alright, let's try this. Maybe I did it right, maybe I didn't, but I tried my best. It isn't spinning around the center anymore. It isn't spinning around the center anymore. Also, I did this twice. I did that twice, but shouldn't matter. Why is it not spinning around the center anymore? Huh. Maybe it was me changing the scale? I don't think so. No. Is it me changing this? Oh. For some reason, changing the width and the height to the actual width and the height fucks it up. Oh no, it doesn't. It's just getting rid of this fucks it up. Why? Why? Why would this fuck it up? That makes no sense. What? Unless we use it in here. Oh, it goes down levels. Okay, well we'll just default it to very high width and height then until it goes down. So that's fine. Let us transform it down. Okay, so it still doesn't work though. It still doesn't work though. Still doesn't work though. Unless the fill isn't working. We can check if the fill is working by hard coding it to white. Looks kind of awful, but it is working. So let's also remove the animation because it's kind of, not gonna lie, it's kind of getting on my nerves. A little bit. Just a little bit. Instead of using pause 0 and pause 3, let's just try the untransformed coordinates. What is the width and the height then? It's that massive. $80-30. Okay, our mouse must be wrong then. Maybe these don't give us actual screen chords, but between 0 and 1. Oh no, they do. No, this is correct. This is... Okay. We never clear it. We never clear it, that's why, I think. Okay. So we go up there and then it comes true. So that's correct. But this, with the transform points, doesn't seem to work. Let's try and see what these points are. Huh. Okay. Uh, let's try just matte screen. Okay, well those coordinates are not really quite my tempo. Okay, these coordinates seem more sane. We just have to find the most min. No. What? Okay, I'm done. Like, what? Just didn't want to work. It's fine. Okay, so this has to work now. Am I losing my mind, or? I must be doing something really dumb. But I don't know what it is. Because You're as bothered as I am about this? Oh no, I hope that you're not bothered by my code. That would suck. I'm sorry. It should be bothering only me. Seriously. What the fuck? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait, what? Is this a... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is why I should never name variables ever. Like, what is wrong with me? What in my naming convention for these variables? Okay, so it's off. Okay, but it's off. Okay, it's off. It's off. But we can work with it. We can work with it. Okay, now let's try this mat. Try this matrix. I'm glad that we're in this together. I don't think I would be able to do this alone. Okay. Okay, so maybe our mouse scale also needs to get multiplied by maybe this compute UI scale is bad. Maybe I'm not thinking about this correctly. Maybe what it should be is maybe this, like the bigger number. No, it has to be the smaller number divided by the bigger number, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So we have the two scales, and then maybe we use this instead. Let's just get rid of the scale thing. Let's just not worry about that. Let's only do the translation. So you made tea? Nice. I made coffee. I made coffee. I called it matte screen rip. Instead of this scale, we do okay, let's try this. Hey, what's up, Paul? I'm trying to click text boxes. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. It's kind of fucked up, but it's got the spirit. It's got the spirit. It's because it doesn't have scale in it, I think. It's because it doesn't have scale, I think, in it. Or maybe not. No, I have a scale of 1 and 1. Let me try an angle of 0, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. I sure hope that yeah, the left side, it doesn't get this letter. It doesn't get this letter. It gets the 2 in the middle. Uh-huh. $271, $181. $210 to $290. We could try. No, yeah, that one's completely off. It has to be based on the screen. Yeah, it might actually be this TB scale, actually. Yeah, I think you have to scale everything up by it. We're getting there, we're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, that's correct. It's just really tiny. But it is, the box is correct now, the bounding box. Nice. Nice, we figured it out. We figured it out. The angle I don't think has to change with the screen scale though, so that's good. Anyway, we have to do 4 matrix multiplications to do this. Oh no. That's alright. That's alright, who cares, right? I don't wanna talk about it. Okay, so now we can select text boxes. So that's pretty cool. We don't have to do the fill. We can pass in a specific thing into it. We can pass in just a regular flag that is hovered, and that's what we will use for the thing. So we'll just flip that flag instead of raw doing the fill. And yeah, that'll be good. Polish this later, yeah. Yeah. 4 matrix multiplications per text box is pretty cursed. You gotta be honest. Like, that's pretty fucking cursed. You know what we could do? Here's what we should do for an optimization. If TB visible, we should have that flag. We should have that flag be a thing, because if the TB isn't visible, then we don't have to test it. Or, well, right now, let's just not worry about this. Honestly, though, in a GPU, in a game engine, the CPU shit can just go. You know what I mean? Like, you're never hitting it. That's never the bottleneck. So who cares, right? Who cares? Oh, there's a flash outside. What was that about? I think it's when like people drive by with like flashy whatevers. I don't wanna talk about it. And now we can do whatever we want with it if it's hovered. Okay. Done more functions than the CPU. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I never have had anything with the CPU really, especially since you can multi-thread things on the CPU and then it goes even faster. It's like, everybody talks about multi-threading in game engines, and I'm just like, okay, like, what do you have in your game engine, bro? Like, my physics engine could be multi-threaded, but like, how many boxes would I need? How many boxes would that take, bro? Be a lot of boxes, bro. Okay, so how do I figure out? How do I do an outline? How do I figure out if I'm the exterior pixel? Let me look this up. No, this is not it. I need to know. You know what I need to know? I need to know. Know if I'm the. Damn. Shit. Yeah, I don't even have a separate physics thread. I don't even know. It should probably be run at a separate tick, but right now it's just. Do you know how to do this? I want to draw an outline in the same shader. Yeah. Let's try this. No, but I'm doing it in 2D for the text. That's what I care. I can do it in 3D. I'm doing it in 2D for the text. I wanna do just a box outline, but I don't have the vertex data to do it, bro. I should just I guess that the SD can be negative, huh? Wait, what? Fuck. Fuck. I gotta scale this text up, bro, because this is hard to see. Nah, yeah, it's completely cooked. It's completely cooked. Because we don't even draw a box around it. We draw the raw glyphs. So we actually draw up here. So there's really no way to do it from here. Unless we draw a box around it in a separate shader. So, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Alright, for now we'll just have it like this. I don't really give a shit. Offset to the text chord on empty pixels. Yeah, you could do that. I could do a shadow like that. That would be smart. You could do a shadow, or drop shadow. I'd have to look into it though, because you probably have to like offset it in a certain direction. I don't know if you could do it in the same shader though. You might have to do it in a separate shader so that you could actually you could actually, you know, probably do a kernel around it or whatever. Anyway, my old text size used to be like 7 or 8 or something like that. It was never that small, no. So I should probably put it up to something like this, yeah. And then we can make a UI so that we can edit the text and move it around. And you know what that needs? Another menu. Sample your texture's name. Yeah, you could do it in a kernel, but I'm still gonna need another pass to do that. So that's why I was saying it's gonna have to be another pass. Which is kind of, I don't know, not something I want to do right now, to be honest. I can't mentally do another fucking pass right now. Yeah, I don't know how I'd do it. I'd probably just, for each pixel that you offset, yeah, you need to draw it again. You know what, though? Hold on. You could probably draw it a second time, just offset. And then draw it on top of that. Hold on. Yo, you could definitely do this in one pass. Well, you're going to need 2 passes, but you could do it with one shader. You just draw it offset first. And then just draw on top of it. Let me try to do that. We're going to need, though, to do this, we would need a vec2 shadow dir. And probably in 8 directions. I don't really like shadows like that anyway. I just do a drop shadow in one direction. 8 directions, you would need to just scale it up and do that, but I don't like that. I usually just do a drop shadow, so I'm just gonna do a dir. You wouldn't do 8 directions though. You would literally just scale it up and then blur it. Yeah, you could just scale it up. Okay, so let's just hard code it. Fragment blur. Yeah. To be honest, what I'm just gonna do is I'm not gonna blur it because there's no point. You can just compute distance to the center and blur in that fashion. I'm just gonna do it in the same shader just because I don't want to make a separate shader right now, but theoretically you would do it in a separate shader, but I don't want to duplicate the code right now. I'm just gonna have a uniform Okay, so we want to offset it. No, we can offset it in the vertex shader. We can offset it in the vertex shader. We could just move the position. Plus equals b dot shadow dir times some scale. I'll just leave it at 0.1f. Maybe just leave it actually. I don't know. You would have some scale. Any progress? Yeah, I have text rendering. I'm doing drop shadow right now. Let's just see if we can do this. Wait, I don't think that I can render black. Because I'm adding it to the other frame buffer. I could instead, yeah, you know what? Let's just composite it differently. Something like this. Okay, we have to clear it to 0 alpha then. So let's clear it to 0 alpha. See if this works. Yeah, okay, nice. Okay, so our first pass we will call U shadow pass 1. This is a UI. And then after we call U shadow pass 0, and then we draw again. Over it. And we have a black outline. Now the black outline is obviously not a drop shadow because we haven't dropped it yet. And also this plus B shadow dir doesn't seem to really work, so I'm just going to add something large to it just to see if it moves, because I'm guessing that it's in pixels. So, and as you can see, it's moving upwards. The direction is not really what you want it to be at, but that's fine. Now let's make the blur. Blur seems hard to implement. We're not gonna blur it. We're going to, well, I mean, a Gaussian blur is very simple. What I'm doing is not a screen space blur. I'm just going to calculate the position linearly, but I have to think about how to do it to soften the edges. I could store per vertex the center of each character, and then use that to compute the distance from it later. That's kind of the way that I'm thinking here. It's not hard. We can do that really quick. I just have to change the vertex layout, but it's not hard. This is gonna have to go to 15 or 14, and then next to this, center of character, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3. This already goes to 14. That means that this needs this 4, 6, 10, 14, 14. Okay. We need to also change it in here. Text vertex. This needs to go to center. And now when I add in fonts to it, I'm going to go to dot center, and we have to compute the center. So the center will be x1 minus x0 divided by 2 plus x1 and then do the same thing with y1 minus y0 divided by 2 plus y1 y0, I meant 0. Okay, and then center equals center for all of them. It's possible that you can derive this later, but I don't really care. I want to implement this now. So we have center equals center now. We have to change the vertex layout up here. Okay. A center. Now we need to pass out vec2 v center. And now that we're here, we need to compute a distance, which will be, we need a vpos. Also, hey, what's up, wizard? Yeah, this is flat. That's what I was thinking of. You only want the vpos to change, and then you're gonna do it here. Yeah, you want the raw pause. Okay, so you're gonna do vpause minus vcenter, the length of vpause minus center, and then I want to see that dist. Sensible acquittal or an indefinite postponement of your trial. Indefinite postponement, that's kind of what my life is. So okay. I'm guessing that this is probably a big number. Piss myself. So the center is, as you can see, getting a circle that will get bigger as we do this. We just need to do 1 minus it, and now we're kind of cooking. I don't know what the magic number is going to have to be, but the good thing is that we use this alpha. Why? Whatever. Okay, there we go. Kind of not, to be honest. Okay, there we go. That's it right there. Now we do have a magic number, so I'm not sure how to derive that. You probably just have to paste it yourself. Now it's kind of janky. But that is the drop shadow, I guess. And it's one pass, which is cool. It is a linear distance, though. So you would be much better if you had something that did some pow or something. You could do how to okay. I think I'm pretty satisfied with it. Looks good. That only took like, 15 minutes to implement. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not that bad at all. You definitely do kind of want it to... The thing is that it's based off of the center and not off of the actual edge of the character. So yeah. I mean, what you could do is just like literally get rid of this and then just blur it in between. You just run a blurring pass before you get to this if you want to. That's fine. I already have the code that does that. It's just overkill for fucking... I do, but it's... Yeah, I don't want to make a block splitter for it right now. Whatever. We have drop shadows, it's fine. Doesn't matter. We can make the menu that edits the text, I guess. The text looks good. I guess we can make the shit that edits the text. That's what I was going to do. I kind of don't want to do this right now. I'm kind of bored, to be honest. I don't really care where the window is. All right, peace out, Lexi. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Just realizing all the shit that I have to do. We're just looking for a hovered text box. When we're rendering them, we will tag them. We will tag them as hovered. We will tag them as hovered. If TB hovered, then we will select that text box. Now, if we hover multiple at a time, I don't really know what happens, but who cares? We're just getting it done. Okay, so now we can select one. What are all of the things that we need for text boxes? We need the ability to change its position, and so we'll just have an X and a Y translation for its translation. tbx tby for tb translation. Okay. Now, I don't know what the maximum can be, but let's just do 3,000. Or let's just do 5,000. I mean, fuck it. Who cares? We can also change the angle. And so we should have another property f for that. And that's just going to go from 0.0 to 3.1415. I guess. And this would be TB angle. And we need the scale, and that's 2 property f's for the scale. So we're just going to do this. Okay, we don't want to have negative scale, obviously. And sure, I'll leave it at 5,000. We also need a property F for a bunch of other things. For the text size, I was thinking of doing what else is in here? We need to edit the text itself. The color, the fill. Technically the font ID, although we won't touch it. And that's it. Let's do the text, I guess. I need to remember how to do it. I'm gonna need this code for the keyboard lock. I need this. The stream is on shorts mode, is that true? I don't think so. As far as I can see here, there's nothing that I can change that says shorts mode. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I can change here. Error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain. How? How? As such, viewers will experience buffering. How? I don't have any frames missed due to rendering lag. Seems fine. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, YouTube Shorts is weird. Yeah, sure. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Kind of. I don't hate it. It's whatever. It's better than like TikTok or whatever. Shrillen includes the null terminator or not? Do you have to do +1? I don't know. Now we have to do 2 color pickers for the fill and the... Sorry, I'm not near the mic. We have to do 2 color pickers for the fill and the color of the text. Okay, let's see if we did this properly. Shadow on a dynamic texture. I don't have a constant calculation running for point light shadows. The shadow is on a dynamic texture. It's a cube map. Yeah, it's on a cube map. Oh, I didn't open the menu. Looks spooky? Yeah, I don't have a lot of light in here. Oh, these got defaulted to 500, apparently. Text size doesn't change anything because it would need to re-upload the buffer. Yeah, same for this. Needs to re-upload it. Yeah, none of it changes because I need to make it re-upload. That's weird that it defaulted to a really high value though. I guess I made a mistake. Oh yeah, this is TB angle. Okay, we need a dirty flag for certain things. We need a dirty flag that goes here. Anything where we need to re-upload the buffer, the text box. Because all of this stuff is oh, well, you technically need to do this, which is kind of gross. Technically. Now, the color is per vertex, but not actually per vertex. So technically we don't have to, we could just have this in the SSPO, but I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. About having it per letter. I guess I could make it so that you could have gradients, I guess, but right now I'm just gonna do that. So if dirty, then we will we need to call the function that add all text boxes to draw buffer. I'm just gonna rebuild the whole thing. I don't think I need to do anything else, right? No, it's all self-contained. Now you could have, of course, just re-upload one. That's what we used to do in the old engine. But I don't really care. Yeah, this should go to 2pi. This should go to 2pi. Does the alpha work? No. I need to make that work. The fill doesn't do anything. I don't have that implemented. How's the text box going? Well, you can see how it's going. It's going fine. You can change the text and move it around. It's just really slow to move around. It's kind of annoying. I used to have a thing that you could drag it around in the old engine. I'm not going to do that again. That's just kind of annoying. We could do the shadow too. Shadow dir, shadow scale, that sort of thing. It's not that hard to implement. I have to make it a part of the text box struct though first. If I do shadow scale, bool shadow, and shadow dist. This is shadow dir. And when we make our default box, we'll just make the TB shadow dir. I have to get a 3060 or something. Yeah, with what money? The shadow dir should really change with the matrix. It should really transform with the matrix. Should really transform. Oh no, it does transform. It transforms with the matrix later. That's relative. Anybody cares about it as a 5090? I guess. Doesn't really, you know. Doesn't really matter to me. I mean, GPUs are still expensive. Okay. I need a couple other things. I need an NK button label to we're going to have a yeah, I'm not sure about any of that, to be honest. Oh, we should be doing a checkbox label. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, it's pretty expensive now. We have to make vec2 normalize right now. Okay. Probably fuck something up, but whatever. Alright, that works. Oh yeah, if it's a shadow, then we need to discard. What do you mean expensive platform? Being rendered, or is it on the screen array? What do you mean? Of course it's being rendered. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I was gonna change this inside of here. Like a physical object. It has vertices that are transformed by a model matrix into 2D space. So I guess it's an object, yeah, possibly. Okay, we have the menu that takes care of the text, so that's cool. I guess in terms of text rendering, we don't really have a way to save it. Which is whatever, I guess. I mean, I guess we could do that really quick. Make something that saves it. It's kind of annoying to do so. Yeah, let's do it. It's pretty hot in this fucking room. It's pretty hot today. It's not that bad. It's really not. It'll take like 10 seconds. It's just have to write the data itself. I wonder why I didn't just write the light itself and I read everything manually, because I didn't have to do that. Here it makes sense because you have to resolve these, but anyway, for the text boxes we can't do this because, or actually, you know what? We could. Let's just f-write the whole text box. I think that we can write it. What is in here that could give us problems? Nothing other than the text itself. So we're just gonna read it like that. And then okay, so let's get the length of that. So we'll write the length as an int. Let's just make it uint32t to be, actually, yeah, let's just make it uint32t. And then we'll f-write tb text from here, and we'll write it as size of char to len. And when we read it back out, we have to f-read the count and then allocate the count, which is this boilerplate. Lights, text boxes should be the exact same thing. We're just gonna f-read. So if tb text, then we write this. Else we f-write 0. So that way if len is 0 after reading, then tb text is null. We also need a malloc it. I don't know if that contains the null terminator or not. I have no clue. But we'll see in a second when I try to save and load. Our save and load might not work, by the way, just in general. I haven't tested it in a while. So here we go. Let's save it as Save scene, load scene. Now we segfault right at the end. And I'm gonna guess that we segfault probably because of that null terminator. TB text equals null. FFFF. Oh. I F-read it twice. My bad. Yeah, I F-read it twice. What do I like about OpenGL? That's a good question. There isn't really much that I like about it, to be honest. I think it kind of gets out of the way, which is nice. You know, that's nice, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the lights turned off. I have a feeling that it's actually got to do with all of this. All this stuff. The fucked up part is that the text didn't come through. Oh, hold on. I'm not writing the... I didn't do this. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it. OpenGL is nice because it gets out of the way. You know, it doesn't try to be too ridiculous. There are downsides to that, I guess. Okay, so the text is fine. And it looks like that comes through with the name, so that comes through, so that's fine. What do I think about SDL and have code with it without OpenGL? I really, it's so little what I actually, need SDL for. I don't understand why everybody has some opinion about SDL or GLFW or whatever. I literally just use it to find where the mouse is and what the mouse is doing and what the keyboard is doing and play sounds. There's nothing, there's nothing complicated going on with SDL. Like, really. All of it is just very, very simple. So, I mean, there's nothing that crazy about SDL. So it's kind of hard to have an opinion on something that, I mean, I use it a lot and it's very useful, but it's not like something that has ever done me wrong or that there's anything to like have an opinion on, if that makes sense. Like I've like annoying opinion of nuclear just because nuclear has like bullshit that goes on with it. But like for SDL is it's good. It does what it needs to do. It's like CJSON. There's nothing wrong with CJSON. Right. Okay. So maybe this isn't the lights then. That's getting fucked up. Maybe something else. Do I think the NVIDIA CPU will be good? I don't really know. I don't really, at the risk of sounding rude, I don't really care about any of that stuff. Okay, so the albedo and the geometry is there. I'm going to get that the... Oh, that is there. So I guess it's something weird. Huh. I guess it's something weird then. It might be the emissive stuff. Huh. I guess it's the mat.emissive. If I had to guess. No. Is it AO? Huh. Why would AO... Why would the AO change? Why would the AO... Huh. Huh. I guess the dummy light map isn't the same, huh? Okay. Our dummy textures aren't the same. Do I really care about this right now? That's the question. Do I really care? Default textures. I shouldn't be touching the default textures, but maybe I do somehow. Default textures is 5. I don't think that I've made a new default texture since I did this. This is dummy light map here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you think a good programmer does when he gets syntax or logic problems? For example, the C syntax, for simple C syntax. You can just Google it. Literally just Google it. Right? Some of the file types I use most commonly. I use binary a lot. There's PNG and JPEG, obviously. I use HDR. I use obviously GLTF. Other than that, not a whole lot. It could actually not be this. It could be the material itself. It could be technically... No, it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't be. It has to be that our dummy light map is getting overwritten. But it doesn't make sense because... Unless this realloc happens, I mean, I don't think that this realloc should happen. I don't think that this realloc should happen, you know? Unless there's somehow something that comes before it. Which I don't think so. See, the realloc doesn't happen. Oh, wait. This is working now? Or do I have it... Do I have the AO commented out? No, I don't. Why is this working now? I didn't change anything. Okay. I guess I fixed it. Somehow. I don't know, what did I change? I didn't fucking change anything. I actually didn't change anything. Oh wait, did I do that? Oh my god. God fucking damn it. I fucking... Okay, but the DDD didn't change. Our little flag didn't trip. Oh wait, no. This is working. Okay. I guess we're just gonna accept that it's working and move on. Which is, you know, that's fine, I guess. Okay. So we have the text rendering stuff that we can save now. What we don't have is an event system that toggles visibility on text. Um, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I think probably when I'll probably hard code it kind of. What was the last movie that I watched? Um, oh yeah, I watched Fallen Angels by Wong Kar Wai. That's good. Uh, I watched this movie Normal with my parents. It was kind of bad. It's Bob Odenkirk though, and he was alright. Movie kind of sucked though. The writing was fucking terrible. But they wanted to see it, so um, with the dad hitman, I don't know if he's a dad, but he's a cop. What is the last book that I read? I haven't read a book in a long time. Uh, it might have been Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce, or it was The Dharma Bums by Kerouac. It was one of those, I think. Uh, they were good. The last couple of books I read were good. Those that I just mentioned. But the last like really good book that I read would probably be the Atrocity Exhibition. That was like the last like kind of fundamental book for me, like personally. That book kind of changed my life. For better or for worse, to be honest. I think after that, I think like my kind of mental take on society and myself just got kind of warped by it. You know, it really affected me, that book. Um, I highly recommend reading it, but also, take it with caution. It's kind of a work of madness in a way. Um, but I think everybody should read it. I've not read Fight Club, no. Yeah, I'll probably hard code the text. I don't really care that much about doing the whole event system thing again, because doing that was like 8,000 lines of fucking torture. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. I'd rather just hard code the events for it. Yeah, I'm sure it's good. Yeah, we can do UI too. Yeah, I've seen the movie, of course. Um, I think I'll just model now. I don't really feel inspired to do coding right now. I kind of got what I wanted to do done today with the text rendering, and honestly, I feel kind of empty about it. It's cool, but it's something that I already did before, so it's kind of boring. I'm at the part of the engine where I'm just re-implementing a lot of stuff that I already did last time. I mean, I'm doing it better this time. Like, the code is a lot better. But, you know, kind of, kind of whatever, I guess. I might try to run the engine on my other computer, just to see how it runs. I might not be able to actually run it because of multi-draw indirect. I don't think that my other computer supports it. But I kind of want to test it out because I don't know. It might be better than just overheating this computer again and again and again. Like, if I could just get like a stable 60 FPS on that computer, that would be good. It'd be better than having like 3-4 millisecond frame time and then suddenly just like throttling to nothing. It'd probably be better than this. Maybe not though. The last time I tried rendering on that computer, it just can't really do compute shaders. It just really is. What do you mean it's only a codec? There are parts of the API that old computers can't do. Old computers can't do heavy SSBOs. Old computers can't handle the memory bandwidth that a modern engine requires, like my engine requires. There's memory bandwidth to get stuff to the GPU. So, but here it's taking 1 millisecond, 2 milliseconds to render our entire thing. 2 milliseconds. Out of the 13, only 2 milliseconds. However, once my GPU throttles, it goes to 20. So it doesn't really matter how fast I make the engine. So it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, to be honest, because no matter how good I code something on this computer, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. The frame time is 2/16 of 60 FPS. That's how fast it is. And it doesn't fucking matter. Like, how annoying is that for me to code with, right? Like, it's really fucking annoying, So it kind of gets me bummed out sometimes. Like, right, like today I'm kind of bummed out, Your laptop in the freezer, yeah. I mean, I could get a cooling pad or whatever, probably. It's whatever. It's just annoying. It's what the fuck is it? There. What is the proportional editing thing again? I have to look it up. No, that's bevel. Yeah, I mean, what I probably should have done here is just beveled it the other way. But whatever. It's O. There we go. I guess I wasn't even like considering making it just even. I guess it doesn't honestly matter if we make it even or not. Apparently you can like, Anna was teaching me that you could like generate terrain with noise, just like the terrain itself, which is pretty crazy. I have no clue how to do it though. So I'm just gonna do it manually and then I can subdivide later if necessary. My shadow only want the world beside me. What am I making? I mean, I'm just like trying to make a road, I guess. I guess that's what I'm making. I'm making a road. So I don't really care if it's even or not. It'd be kind of cool to generate terrain like this. I mean, I've obviously done that before, but you know, maybe you should look up a tutorial on how to make a fucking good road or something like that. I think that this looks good for terrain though. Yeah, you know what? Do that and then can we bevel this? That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. That's not gonna work at all. I mean, I don't want to loop cut it, but I guess we could loop cut it and do it by hand. It's kind of gross though. Active generation capability? What do you mean? I don't know how to do Blender, but honestly, I think that that's kind of a part of the charm. No, that I have no clue how to fucking model. I think that's kind of a part of the whole deal. I like doing shit like this by hand. I mean, I know that you can just like make terrain with noise and probably do this like incredibly faster, probably, but like I like doing it by hand. It's kind of cool. And I like how chunky it is. The tricky thing is kind of the rest here. You probably wanna get this going. How do I connect it? I probably should have made like a large chunk, like one mesh, and then just started sculpting this, because now it's like well, I mean, technically we could just extrude that out and then kind of do exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not sure how I'm gonna deal with the dropping off the world. Kind of in my mind, there's the pillars here, and then it kind of drops off a cliff, sort of thing. But there is this road here, and so I think I've just gotta get less scared of modeling, to be honest. I can always just subdivide it later, I think. And then I guess it just kind of falls off a cliff in my mind. The whole kind of thing. Say it's relatively easy. I think modeling is very hard. Very hard. For me, at least, modeling is way harder than coding. That is for sure. But I mean, maybe that's just my own skill set. But yeah, for me, it's hard. And then the pillars are here. Maybe making the pillars would bring this together, I guess, for me. The last time I made the pillars, I didn't really like them. I did not really like them. It's hard to say exactly how they are in my dream, but I think it's hard. I struggle with keeping mental images of things, and then when I make them, it doesn't really feel right. It's kind of my problem. It's almost like I have a clear image of it, but I can't. But it's like I can't recall it. So I struggle with that a lot. I think last time my problem was that I didn't make them thick enough in in the top part. Like really, I think this should be kind of domineering, like, over everything. Kind of like this. But obviously it feels a bit chunky. I need a way to... I think... That just looks incredibly ugly. Is there a way for me to do it like this, but then... Don't do that. What is it that I'm looking at? Is U seam? V? No. Maybe it's one of these. Yeah. I wish it didn't affect that face. I guess I could just change it after. No, this is fucking disgusting. This is really not what I want. Pull up the Blender keyboard shortcut list. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm doing is I'm just going based on the things down there. It's not like I don't really have a problem with the shortcuts necessarily. Something I guess like that is kind of how I imagine it. It's been so many times I've done these pillars, and so many times I'm not satisfied by them. I'm just never satisfied by these pillars. It's hard to picture it in my mind. I think that this is kind of the shape that I want, but it's just not it's just not kind of it just moves the whole thing. See, I wanted to kind of bevel it now, but what kind of pillar am I trying to make? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, in my dream, I know that they have like this, right, sort of thing, with the both of them coming out, I suppose. It's hard to extrude it outward like I need to do, but I basically have like that. I made it last time. That's how I made it. Was I just did this, and then I made it the right size or whatever, but it just doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right. You know what? I think instead I just wanna do the interior, do it like this, and push this inwards. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Maybe inset? Yeah. Probably. But, I mean, that's what I'm going to do manually. But, like, inset faces into the whole thing. I don't know how I do that. I think what I'm just going to do is this. I really wish that there was a way to bring this forward without just doing this. That just looks terrible. That just looks absolutely terrible. Oh, you know what you could do? You just grab all of it, like all the way around. No, don't go that way. Go this way. There we go. I think I fuck with that, bro. Alright, peace out, Paul. It is chunky. I think it's good. Yeah, I like that. I do like the kind of organic feel of beveling the sides like this. It's like a strangely kind of organic texture to it. Yeah, I kind of fuck with it. In my dream, there's just these giant pillars, and the sun is kind of coming through them or whatever. It's kind of cool. Or well, it's at night, but there's like a blue light, very strong blue light. That's kind of how I envision it. We have to do the Alt D. We can't because of that. So we have to do duplicate linked. It's the classic. Now we'll probably get rid of them. You know, we should do the materials before, but I just kind of want to see what it's gonna look like. Just so that I know what we're working with. You know, I kind of don't like them on the hill. I kind of don't like them on the hill. It kind of looks weird. So I think what I'll do is I'll just make them not on the hill. And we'll just make the section before that's more flat before we get to the hill. Something like that. Stop. Looks like an asthma inhaler. You're so right, actually. You're so right. That is so true, actually. It really does. It really does. You're so right. I hope that in engine it'll look a little less like an asthma inhaler. That's just my hope. But who knows? What? Bro. I think they've got to connect to a ceiling of sorts. The kind of space that I can imagine is like that that feels like it's underground, but it's actually outside. Yeah, I think they look a lot better when they're like this. We're not actually putting a wall behind it. I just want a small little thing here. And then kind of like windows that are going at a different frequency than the pillars. Giant windows. That are behind them. Almost like they're out of sync with it. I meant to extrude the other part actually. What am I doing? I just Hey, what's up, Anna? Yeah, I want them to be out of sync with this. And then all of the pillars come up to the top, and then they come across. Yeah, definitely. You're organizing your SSPs? Well, that's good. At least you don't have to deal with the billion that I have. Yeah, it's cursed. I know. You're down to 2? Should I be embarrassed? Have I ever played poker? Me? Many times. Many times. We used to have poker nights in college. We used to go over to my dorm. And the fucking asshole who didn't drink used to fucking take all of our money. Because we would be too pissed to care. That's something that I hate. I obviously have a troubled relationship with alcohol, but the one thing that I hate more than alcoholics is non-alcoholics. Like literally the people that are like, I don't drink. And then they like act like they're better than you. That's like literally the worst trait in the world. Like legit. I mean like seriously. I've known so many people like that I just want to punch in the fucking face. Holy shit. I hate alcoholics with a burning passion. Okay. Well, I'm an alcoholic. So. There you go. Yeah, I get that you have that thing, but also, I don't know. I used alcohol as a way to cope with a lot of my childhood trauma, and I know a lot of people that also have had that relationship with alcohol, so I guess I can see both sides of it. I don't really, I kind of hate when people used to judge me for being an alcoholic or whatever, when the only reason I was an alcoholic was because I was dealing with an insane amount of mental problems, and so I was judged very heavily for it, which honestly pushed me even more into addiction, right? So That's just me personally, you know. Yeah. What am I trying to do here? I don't really know, to be honest. That's really pretty. I wish I could copy it onto the other ones. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could definitely do that. That would have been smart, yeah. I don't want to have to do this 3 more times. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it 3 more times. I don't really care. Well, actually, let's just... well, you know what? Who cares? Subdivide all the bridges and then make the same shape all at 3 with multi-select. Yeah, I don't know how to do all of them at once. But whatever. Honestly, I don't really mind it looking handmade. I don't really like care if it's perfect. It wouldn't really bother me if it was perfect. I don't really think that that's what I'm going for anyway. Yeah, I should just delete this. Control click. I did try that. I tried to control click all of them and then loop cut. I couldn't do that for whatever reason. See, I don't really know how to do both. But yeah. Yeah, I know that. But I'm honestly, I made this pretty much in a way where that's not going to be a problem. Why is everything selected? Yeah. Okay. Looks awesome. Thank you. Don't know what's on the right side. My brain always looks at the left side because that's where the light is coming from. It needs to connect to a roof. Needs to connect to the roof. Oh, obviously. I had an idea to make a thousand tiny little holes, but now this seems like a really difficult thing to actually do. So I probably instead of doing that, what I should probably do is just extrude every other one out. And then one of those distance factories. Interesting. Yeah, I remember that. How can I loop cut multiple of these at once? That's what I need to do right now. God fucking damn it. You want each segment? No, I need to loop cut all of them at once. Okay, you can apparently do it like this and then right click subdivide. Okay. Just the middles and then right click subdivide like that. God damn it, I don't want all of those. Yeah, I guess I could just extrude multiple times, but like I could just extrude multiple times, yeah. Maybe I should just use control. Okay. Now I wish that this was easier to do now. Because this is like something where I now have to like actually fucking get rid of the faces now. Like I have to straight up delete all these faces and then reconnect them. Like that just doesn't sit right with me. You feel me? Oh, but we could do a checker pattern here. We do a checkerboard pattern. That's cool. Lock my camera to X. Okay. Are you gonna tell me to delete all of them like this? Yeah. I mean, sure. But like I still have to do like pretty much the same amount of work, which kind of sucks. But it's fine. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it one at a time. And that'll be fine. That's wrong? What do you mean? I mean the dot in the center of the face. I did exactly that. I did exactly that. I did this. I did this. That's exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. The dot by itself. Like that? Oh. Oh, so that isn't what I did. Oh. Okay, you're right. You're right. Oh, well, the undo history once again. Blender's lovely undo history. Okay. Okay, Blender has a lovely undo history. Thank you, Blender. You are so fucking worthless. Oh my god. What a piece of shit program. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, but like, it's just bad. I'm sorry, but it just is. It's just not my favorite. That's just so fucking terrible that I don't know. That's just so fucking tilting. Like, why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? I will never understand it. Maybe it's just a skill issue. But I think that's dumb. But that's alright. We'll who cares? No, that would have helped. It would have helped. It's just the Blender undo history just didn't want us to do it that way. And so now we're doing it this way. Say thank you, Blender. Thank you, Blender. The worst part is that we have these interior faces that we need to get rid of. Like, they're inside of here too. Oh my god. Okay. I need to get rid of those interior faces because they'll fuck up the light map. Now explain to me why Blender's fucking stupid undo history is like I don't understand why. I don't get it. It's just like, it's just not enough. And I'm sure you could probably change it in settings. Like, sure, probably. I can't do alt click, or I can. Ah, that's neat. I usually control click, but that is neat. As I proceed to not use the tip that you just gave me. Edit preferences system. Okay, we're saving this, by the way. Edit preferences system. Oh yeah, we gotta go up. We gotta go up. We gotta go up. I'm going to 155. Is there a save button, or can I just... Okay, we're just gonna... Oh, look, backend OpenGL. Great, we can have another backend, guys. Isn't that awesome? I wonder if they support Vulkan. Vulkan's awesome. Now, why there's a limit to the undo history? I don't know. I just have to... You might have to ask John Blender that. Okay, the good thing is that this next one is already done for us since we're doing the checkerboard thing. Bro. Okay. I definitely missed some faces. That's okay, though. Nobody's nerfed. Okay. Just the middle dots. Perfect. Nobody's perfect. 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 But this is perfect. But nah. A tip when you create faces without selecting all the edges around it. Oh, I see. No, I would love for you to connect it across, bro. Loop Tools would do worlds here? Would it? I did it before. I've done this before. I don't remember how to do it though. I had it on my old Blender. Add-ons. Do they not have it here? Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Okay. I still have to... I still have to, okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's really not that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal. I think any way you slice it, it's fucked up. I'm not gonna lie, any way you slice it, it's kind of fucking cooked. But you can use the loop tools here, I think. You just have to manually select it, I think. Yeah. No. You you misunderstand. You misunderstand. We need to No, I need you to go across. Okay. I'll just do it by one. And then done a Boolean modifier. Yeah, probably could have done that. Why? Why does it get rid of the faces? Why does it get rid of the faces, bro? Where's the door hole? That's like the same vibe right now. It's like, so why does it get rid of the fucking faces, bro? I need the faces. Why did you get rid of them? I fucking spent so much time making that shit. Oh, bro. You do Shift R, Alt R. I can't use Alt. Stop playing animations. Shift R to repeat. Alt R. I can't use Alt R because my tiling window manager is on Alt because we can't use the Windows key because Windows is fucking shit. So, oh, bro. I really did not think. Okay, there has to be a better way of doing this. We need, the next time we do it on the next one, we have to lock the fuck in, okay? Because there has to be a better way to do this. Like, seriously. There has to be a very efficient way of doing it. There is a much better way of doing this. Okay, we gotta lock the fuck in. Okay. Control E bridge edge loops. Yeah, I did the bridge. But then it got rid of the faces, and so I needed to do the fucking faces. Okay, the good thing is that we can skip the next one and then only do this one. Okay. So we gotta lock the fuck in, guys. And then extrude it all together. But that's what I started with. That's what I started with. And then Anna said to do it the other way. What you're saying is to just extrude the whole thing flat. Okay, let's give it a shot. You're doing and then change pattern. Okay, you're right. I did change my mind. You're right. I did. Okay, we're just gonna. I swear, if this fucking if this backfires on me, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you. I'm just gonna cookie cutter it. I'm just gonna cookie cutter it, and then if it's worse though, if I have to do a bunch of bullshit with the faces, I'm gonna be tilted as fuck, bro. I'm just being honest here. I'm gonna be tilted as fuck if it's even worse. Okay, moment of truth. How bad is it? What's the damage? See, the problem is that it gets rid of this shit. Do all of the edge loops in one big face. But this isn't that bad because then I can just do this. The problem is that it gets rid of the faces, so you have to do this. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I got an idea. Can you just alt click? Can you just control click? Do this and then bridge with the top and then you're chilling? Yeah, I think that you do that. You do. You just bridge with the top, right? You just go boom, boom, bridge. No. You silly fella. You meant everything flat. And then extrude upwards. What? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that does make sense. Shit. Yeah, but then I would have to connect it here, yeah? That's how I would need to connect it here. Right? Is it worth doing it now? Oh, fuck. I could just merge by distance. I just always hate doing something like that because then I might do it badly. Okay, it's not the exact same size, but it's not size that matters. Wait, but bro, I'm so dumb. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's literally fine. Stop freaking out. You're literally fine. Okay. I'm scared to delete the fucking thing, bro. Alright, we're forking it. We're forking it, bro. Because this is stressing me out, man. I really didn't think that this was gonna be what fucking beats me today. Is fucking this shit. Okay, so we need to select in a checkerboard pattern. No, no. Okay, get rid of the fucking shit, bro. Get rid of the stupid fucking pillars. I know there's probably a really neat, easy way to select all of this. But I'm not neat or easy. As you can tell by my disheveled hair and bad attitude. Okay. Okay, lock the fuck in. Okay, so... Okay. Oh my god, it's not fucking... We gotta zoom it. No. Now we just extrude to the top, yeah? What do you mean Shift D? Isn't that duplicate? They're not squares, but it's alright. I'm so tilted that it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore. Deleting the faces under is easy, though. This is the easiest part. Honestly, keep the wall there. Fucking keep the wall there, bro. Okay. So, is this perfect? Holy fucking shit. Bro, that's perfect. What? Holy. Do you want me to pay you money or something? Check for Z fighting? Yeah, I need to merge them. I need to merge them. Okay. We're just gonna merge by distance. Which is it Alt M? No, okay. It's merge. Oh, it's M. Yeah, by distance. Remove 0 vertices. No, you're fucking lying. You're actually lying. Okay, turn the removed. I think that that's it. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm going to do with this side. I don't really think that far. Oh my god, no, the floor. Oh yeah, the floor. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can get rid of the floor. That's fine. This is just an easy. That's just an easy fix. Boom. Boom. Dude, imagine the GI under this thing. Holy. Okay, we really have to learn to. Does that work? Does that work? No, but it does them all at once. Oh, well, that's neat. Would have not happened if I copied. Interesting. I was worried about making them weird. Oh, we do have these weird things. I don't actually hate the weird things. They're kind of cool. I think that's just an accidental win. They aren't full faces though, so they're probably going to get lit weirdly. I kind of fuck with them, you know? I kind of fuck with them. That's kind of cool. Dude, imagine the GI in this thing. Holy. Holy. This is going to be so good. I don't even want to know what the face orientation is like. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we didn't get the underfaces. Oh no. Oh no. Why are there Z fighting? Ah. Right. Right, there is Z fighting. So yeah, this is awkward. Oh, this isn't that bad. Okay, so tricky thing is, can I? Oh no, that selected a lot. That's not what I want. Face select the bottom portion at once. Okay, let's try it. Face select the bottom portion at once. No. Okay, it. Face select the bottom portion at once? You can't face select it because there are no faces though. Wait, did I just do it? Wait, I think I just did it. I did some of it. I did some of it. And some of it now has the... Fuck. See, it does the wrong ones. It does it the wrong way sometimes. Recalculate outside? There's nothing to be recalculated though. These, maybe it's hard to see here. I mean, these are obviously wrong, but it's not those that matter. It's these are all inside. Aren't you selecting them then doing flip? What do you mean? No. I'm not flipping. Look. Look. I'm doing this. I'm pressing F to fill. And look, they fill in the wrong ones. It's supposed to fill in this one, this one, this one. It fills in the blanks. It fills it in the wrong ones. So I need to do it manually or something. It's really not that big of a deal. It'll just take me like 2 minutes. I do have to go eat dinner though. So I don't even know if we're gonna see this in the engine. We don't even have textures on it, so this was apparently the most challenging thing I've ever modeled, so and it's just a fucking checkerboard. I'm not even sure why I wanted the checkerboard. I just decided I wanted to have it. This isn't even a part of the dream, was checkerboard. Alright, we want to see this in engine, huh? The weird road? Just to see it. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to, if it's, because it has no fucking textures, so if I beveled the checkerboards, I wanted to bevel it, but okay, dude, it's probably because it has no textures at all. Yeah, the material is -1. That's DC material. I didn't. I have a default material, I think. I mean, I haven't really been maintaining the default material. I used to have a default material with just this. The default match. And render DC material. This DC material dot shader. If DC material is -1, DC material equals 0. Oh. Stop calling her Miss Anna is kind of weird. Because this material doesn't have a default matte shader equals 0. Default matte, what else do I need? There's so much shit that I don't have. There's so much shit that I don't have, like factors and shit that hey, it looks kind of cool. I gotta get the test off of the screen. That's honestly ruining the whole operation. Bake it. Okay, we got to get rid of all of the lights. The lights are just... And also it's supposed to be at night. It's like a part of it. But yeah, there's so many fucking point lights that it's just ridiculous. It's just straight up ridiculous. And it's supposed to be at night. So I don't really remember which one is the night cube map. This one's supposed to be the night cube map, but it's, of course, it's pretty bright. In my dream, it's a blue light. Yeah, the problem is the skybox is just gonna blow everything up because the skybox is like insanely bright. So yeah, that's neat. I could just cheat. I could just cheat, go to lightmap bounce, and then get rid of the skybox. Or just do like that. And then Even that's not really that dark. Oh, it's because of this. It's because of the secondary bounce. Yeah. Yeah. We'll say that that's sky contribution or dimness. Yeah, I should. Yeah. 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 Honestly, doesn't look very cool to me, the checkerboard. The checkerboard kind of looks fucking lame. I kind of regret it. I kind of regret the checkerboard. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of stupid. It looks kind of dumb. It looks kind of fucking stupid. Would have gone with the original idea. Yeah. Yeah. The whole idea was to make like kind of like a mesh grid. Like very early versions of my original Raycaster engine had this kind of like grate texture on top that was like that would you'd see the light coming in. So it was kind of like the idea was to do that, but this just looks like literally a chessboard. Like it literally just looks like a chessboard. So my idea was kind of bad. But that's fine. That's fine. Oh, I forgot to put the fucking bro, I forgot to export with the fucking with the pillars, bro. I mean, the pillars need to come up. But I'm about to go to dinner, so did I just export at the as the right? I did. Okay. It's completely fucking chopped and fried. I don't know why they're... Oh, it's because I duplicated them linked and they aren't... there's something weird with their fucking transforms. There's something weird with them. It's when I duplicate fucking duplicate linked to batch them. Things sometimes go wrong with them. Because if they didn't have geometry to origin before or something like this, then it's fucking fried. Something, I don't know. If you have two light sources above from different angles downwards, that would be pretty cool. I could do that with spotlights. Yeah, now they're just offset. Yeah, you need to go through each of them and then put geometry to origin, and then move all of them. Move all of them together. Maybe that works. Who knows? And then I could have textures like that. I already do have that. I just wanted it to be like vertices. I wanted it to be like vertices. Okay, these pillars are just completely fucking fucked. So I don't know why I have to investigate it. If I just duplicate it regularly, then I bet that they don't have the issues. It's a batching issue. It's a batching issue with shit with their fucking transforms. It's annoying. Dude, what the fuck is the problem, bro? Oh, maybe it's not them that's the problem. Maybe it's this that's... Oh, it's because of... I didn't triangulate this shit. So it doesn't get tangents if I don't triangulate it as well. That's also a thing. Dude, okay. I'm about to go to dinner, so I don't know why these fucking pillars are weird. Like, why are you weird? Why is it weird? Why are they fucking weird? Is it because none of this is triangulate as well? I don't know. It's being weird. Like, bro, the transforms on something here is fucked. The transforms on something here is fucked. I don't know what it is, but I may have to apply transforms before that. All right, I have to leave. What are we getting for dinner? I'm not sure. Okay, that's closer. I think that they just need to apply transforms or something. Like, it needs to object apply all transforms or something. Something needs to happen. I don't know, this happened with the stools too, where it exported my format. What do you mean my format? You mean the correct format? Nah, dude, I'm telling you that these fucking pillars, there's something wrong with these pillars, bro. What the fuck? I don't know. The pillars are fucked. Okay. Yeah, because when you select geometry to origin, it doesn't move. Now I bet this pillar is gonna work. Okay, so maybe origin needs to be done in edit mode. Maybe. It's just when I duplicate them, it gets fucked up. I'm not even duplicating them linked. Like, it's just completely fucking fried. I'm not even duplicating them linked. I don't know why. It's like when I duplicate it linked. Maybe I need to duplicate it linked. First of all, apply the modifier, then duplicate, do it linked, and then see. See, they're too close together, bro. Also, there's something fucked up with the topology on these. I don't know what the problem is. Literally don't know. Okay, I need to go. I'll figure it out later. It's probably something weird. It's something weird. Alright, I'll be back later. I need to select stuff of the object in... Oh. Oh. Well, whatever. I'll figure it out later. Yeah. Alright, peace out. I got text done today. I'll do... I think I just want to make assets now so that I can walk around and do that. It'll just be the middle of the object. I think I do want it to just be the middle of the object. The problem is that it just... like... it just doesn't want to... like... I don't know. Whatever. I keep saying I'm going to leave and then I don't leave. Okay, that worked for that one. But then this one is okay. All right, I'll figure it out. It's because of batching in my engine. I try to batch things and have them have different transforms, but if Blender exports one thing with fucking weird transforms, then yeah, whatever. All right, peace out.